For the record, my name is Sharon Durkin, District 8 City Councilor, and I'm the chair of the Boston City Council Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. Today is July 24th, and the exact time is 10:01 a.m. This hearing is being recorded. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-tv and broadcast on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, FiOS Channel 964. Written comments may be sent to the committee email at ccc.plandev@boston.gov and will be made part of the record and available to all councilors. Public testimony will be taken at the end of this hearing. Individuals will be called on in the order in which they're signed up and have 2 minutes to testify. If you are interested in testifying in person, please add your name to the sign-up sheet near the entrance of the chamber. If you are looking to testify virtually, please email our central staff liaison, Megan, who does a great job. Megan is spelled Geedo@boston.gov for the link, and your name will be added to the list. Today's hearing is on Docket 1141, Order for a Hearing to Evaluate Autonomous Vehicle Operations in the City of Boston. This matter was sponsored by Councilor Sharon Durkin, me, Councilor Ed Flynn, and Councilor Gabriela Coletta Zapata, and was referred to the committee on June 4th, 2025. Today I'm joined by my colleagues in order of arrival. Councilor Ed Flynn, Councilor Murphy, and Councilor Pepin. We were going to waive opening statements, but because we just have 3 of my colleagues here, we're going to let everyone give an opening statement. So I'll just start out. As chair of the Planning, Development, and Transportation Committee, I want to thank everyone for being here today as we begin an important conversation about the future of autonomous vehicles in the city of Boston. Autonomous vehicles, such as those operated by Waymo, are no longer a distant concept. They're increasingly being deployed in major cities across the United States, but there is a conversation happening at the state level, and the city has previously issued frameworks for AV testing. These guidelines have not been updated in several years. In the meantime, the technology has advanced rapidly and companies are moving forward in other cities. That makes it even more important for Boston to take a proactive approach and have this conversation now. Today, I think we are joined by members of the public, we're joined by our friends in labor, we're joined by the company, Waymo, which is proposing to do work in the city of Boston. With bills being introduced at the State House, both supporting and opposing AV deployment, the Boston City Council has a responsibility to evaluate the potential impacts on our city's unique streets and communities. Boston is a leader in innovation. We're also a leader in trying to make our city accessible for all. I think the 35th anniversary of the ADA yesterday was an important moment for our city, and we have a historic street network and a mix of pedestrians, cyclists, and transit users. These conditions make public safety our top priority. We must ensure that any new technology that operates protects all road users and supports our Vision Zero goals, while also considering its broader impacts on congestion, emergency response, public transit, workers, and our local economy. Today, the goals for today's hearing is to gather information, hear from stakeholders, and better understand the regulatory landscape. We must explore what role the City of Boston can play to ensure our residents' safety and quality of life come first. Thank you again to everyone for contributing to this conversation. We will start with my second co-sponsor for this docket, Councilor Ed Flynn.
And thank you, Madam Chair. As self-driving vehicles gain popularity across the country, I look forward to this discussion on whether this technology is appropriate in Boston, the possible impacts to our streets and pedestrian safety, and how we best manage this technology. I understand that Waymo, a Google-owned company that specializes in self-driving technology, was testing these types of vehicles in and around Boston in May and June, and is considering a potential expansion. Boston is one of the oldest major cities in the country, with narrow one-way streets, alleys, and the lack of a traditional grid system, especially in downtown Boston. We have pedestrian-heavy neighborhoods, and in addition, we now have mopeds, bikes, e-bikes, other multimodal devices on our streets that we have all witnessed disobey the rules of the road. We also have issues with double parked cars, ride shares, delivery vehicles. There is also nonstop road construction during the summer, street closings as well. In the winter, we have snowbanks, icy roads. We need to consider the inclusion of these vehicles in that context and whether the addition of self-driving cars into this chaotic dynamic is appropriate for Boston. I don't think it is. We need predictable traffic conditions. As of now, we still need to make significant improvements with traffic calming infrastructure, raised crosswalks, speed humps, pedestrian islands, rapid flash beacons, and as I continue to advocate for raised traffic calming measures to be placed where the majority of cars and pedestrians are on our main streets, commercial roads, high traffic corridors. Moreover, we also need to address potential layoffs for our union drivers with the introduction of self-driving cars. This is an important issue. According to the Greater Boston Labor Council, 70,000 app-based drivers and tens of thousands of Teamster truck, transport, and delivery drivers will be displaced from their jobs if these types of vehicles take the roads in Massachusetts. That's an important factor to consider. Many of these workers are our immigrant neighbors and working-class families. They play a huge impact in our city, in our state, and on the labor force. These are all issues to consider, as they will not only create additional road safety and pedestrian safety issues, but have huge implications on our labor workforce who rely on driving Uber, Lyft, cars for a living. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy?
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here to start this conversation. This is a big issue that I know is important to so many people for many different reasons. And I just want to be clear that while I support innovation in smart city planning, at this time I do oppose the framing and timing of the hearing about autonomous vehicles at this time. Myself and Councilor Santana working on and filing a resolution to reflect the deep concerns raised by organized labor, disability advocates, but I do have to say just this morning, and this is why I always say it's important that you show up every day in the neighborhood, in City Hall, because then you talk to people and you find out something different. So I do want to uplift that. I just, before the hearing started, did have a conversation with Carl Richardson, who is a board member of our Disability Commission. And I hope it's okay, Carl, but I'm sharing that, you shared to me that you're in support of this because this would give you the independence you've never had. You've never been able, to drive with your, vision disability. So happy that we're here to uplift the voices, and that's the job, right, of this council in these hearings, and why it's so important that we have hearings and that people come in. So it's great to see so many people. But hearing from the, this resolution urges a more deliberate, transparent, and community-centered approach before Boston becomes another test city, which many people have seen, and the data's already there. I think it's important that, we listen when we hear from the Teamsters and the Carmen Union, SEIU, and countless residents who feel as though, they're blindsided by this, and questions that I think are important that we always ask. Who's this really for, and who's going to decide the future of our streets? I call for a more robust regulatory framework before commercial AVs operate on our roads. We need clear rules around data sharing, labor protection, equity, and public transparency. And I think it's important that, we pause. Sometimes we rush. Something looks good and we rush, and make sure that everyone's voice is heard before anything happens that we can't turn back from, and that protections are in place for our workforce. So looking forward to today and the conversation going forward with everyone who will be impacted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. Councilor Pepen, and we've been joined by Councilor Henry Santana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panelists and community members for being here today. Thank you to the makers for bringing this forward. I think that this technology is very impressive, and it's incredible to see the technology advances over recent years. I am curious to hear what people have to say about what this technology can do for Boston. However, last May in 2024, I took a trip to San Francisco with my wife, and I was able to actually see firsthand what Waymo is. It was a little of a combination of creepy and cool for me, but what really stood out to me was the lack of a human body inside the car driving it. And it reminds me of the residents here in Boston that really do depend on being an Uber, a Lyft driver, a taxi driver. When you get in, for me, I'm Dominican, so sometimes it's bachata playing in the background, making sure that there is that sort of people connection when you walk into that car. And My main concern with this technology in Boston, and honestly across the country, is the loss of jobs and the livelihood of so many people. So I just want to make sure that we are being very realistic of what this could imply for a lot of people that do depend on these jobs to put food on their table. So I do have a lot of questions, a lot of concerns, and I'm looking forward to today's conversation. Just thankful to see so many people in this room. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pepen. Councilor Santana?
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for convening us here today. Really appreciate our panelists for being here, our community members, our unions, and who are here with us today. I'll keep my remarks brief. I think I have, although I always, I support technology, as I think my colleague, Councilor Pepen said, when I saw this, and the idea of this coming into the city of Boston, my first thought was about our workers, our drivers here in the city of Boston. Just a few months ago, I was, knocking doors with drivers across the city to, give them the right to organize and for labor, right? So a lot of these drivers are most vulnerable residents, are immigrant residents, people who are living paycheck to paycheck, and people who keep our city running. As an at-large city councilor, that's always going to be my priority. Our residents, our union workers, and I think there's just a robust conversation that needs to happen in terms of regulations and the impacts that this will have here in the city of Boston. As Councilor Murphy mentioned, together we've been in partnership with unions, right? We're going to be filing an ordinance to call for, just being able to protect our local jobs from robo-taxi takeover. So just looking forward to the conversation that is here today, but I know we're going to have many, many conversations in the weeks ahead. And again, my number one priority is to protect our residents here, our workers here, and I'm going to continue to stand with them. Thank you, Madam Chair, for convening us.
Thank you so much. And I just want to be clear that today is just a conversation, and I'm sure if something is introduced at the City Council, we'll have a conversation about that. As the chair of this committee, I haven't seen any language, so I would prefer that we talk about this in broad strokes rather than talking about something that, our colleagues and the co-sponsors of this filing are not privy to. So I will let the administration panel is going to go first, so I will let you all give an opening statement and introduce yourselves.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. I'm Yasha Franklin Hodge. I'm the Chief of Streets for the City of Boston, and I'm joined by several of my colleagues from the administration. I will kick us off and then hand it down the line for others to add their thoughts and their areas of focus. So appreciate all of the opening statements from members of the council, and I think much of what you said reflects many of the things that we as an administration are thinking about and working on. Boston has a history of welcoming new technologies in the city, and autonomous vehicles have made tremendous strides as a technology in recent years. However, autonomous vehicles also bring with them the potential for really substantial disruption in the city of Boston. And we believe that it is essential that we plan for, that we regulate, that we test and learn here in the city, rather than simply opening the doors and allowing autonomous vehicles to come in and then simply responding when there are problems that arise. For too many new technologies and innovations coming out of Silicon Valley, cities have reacted after the fact and have struggled to catch up to the disruption and the problems created by those new technology platforms. This is too big and too important for us to be reactive. First and foremost, all autonomous vehicles need to be safe. Public safety is our number one priority on the streets. And we want to ensure that autonomous vehicles coming into the city align with the city and the administration's goals when it comes to labor, when it comes to climate, when it comes to traffic, when it comes to accessibility for people with disabilities. All of these are crucially important, and any new technology needs to support those goals. Speaking a bit to some of the concerns that I'm most focused on in the streets context, while there is emerging evidence that suggests that AVs on average are safer drivers or less likely to be involved in an injury crash compared to a human-operated vehicle, Most of that research has come from places with streets that are much better suited to autonomous vehicles with less complexity than those here in Boston. So while those are promising findings, it's far from conclusive that AVs represent an intrinsic safety benefit. But even the best AV systems routinely engage in illegal and sometimes dangerous behaviors as part of their operations. In particular, picking up and dropping off passengers, they are regularly observed to block bus lanes, bike lanes, to double park. And so safety is more than just crash rates. It's about whether the vehicles are diverting other road users into unsafe situations, pedestrians and cyclists. Safety is about whether the vehicles interfere with first responders as they go about their work in the city. Safety is about how these vehicles navigate construction work zones and other locations where even a small misunderstanding could lead to a dangerous situation or an injury. We also think a lot about congestion. And I would kind of frame this through two lenses. I mean, the first is that the vehicles need to operate in a manner that is compatible with the smooth flow of traffic in the city. Things like double parking or vehicle confusion can severely disrupt the flow of traffic in Boston. In addition, we worry about autonomous vehicles increasing the number of vehicles on city streets, particularly the number of vehicles that are operating without a passenger. When we spoke with some of our colleagues in San Francisco, their estimate was that only about 40% of the miles that Waymo was driving in the city of San Francisco were productive passenger miles, and the rest were circulating, waiting for a ride, or going to pick up a passenger. And that has the potential to have very negative impacts on our streets. We need to be careful about the costs that AVs impose on our city. When we spoke with colleagues in Austin, we heard that they have had to change many of their practices for how they stripe pavement markings, how they manage construction sites, more paint, more barriers in order to keep AVs from becoming confused on their streets. Those are costs that are imposed on the taxpayer if we are forced to absorb those. We care a lot about data and data sharing. We need to, in order to be good partners, we need to understand how these services are operating and the impacts that they're having, and we would insist that any AV service in Boston provide strong data sharing with us. And lastly, I think we are very concerned about the role of how AVs interact with our first responders and our emergency services, making sure that our first responders know how to respond to a crash that might involve an AV, that the systems are able to obey hand signals in other direction from first responders, that there are strong protocols in place for dealing with public emergencies in which an AV may be involved. All of these are essential to safe operation. So those are just some of the things. We're happy to go into detail on more of this and how we're thinking about these, but these are just some of the key issues that we are looking at as we look to a potential for these vehicles arriving here in Boston. With that, I'll turn it over to my colleagues to speak more.
Good morning, Chairs Durkin and Flynn, Councilors Pepin, Santana, and Murphy. I'm Lou Mandarini. I'm a senior advisor for labor in the administration. I am tasked with talking about the issues related to workers and labor today with respect to Waymo. And I think the sort of organizing principle of this hearing, I think, is, should Waymo go forward? And I look at the question a little bit differently. I look at the question as, do we want to protect and make sure we have a vibrant, strong working class in Boston? Because the potential consequences of Waymo and AVs going forward on working people of all stripes is hard to overstate. So I think the most directly impacted group of folks, as others have pointed to, are the 70,000 workers who are forming a union or have formed a union in the ADU. These are rideshare drivers. This effort to unionize is the first of its kind in the country. It's pursuant to a ballot question that passed in 2024. And I think this movement is in its infancy. Regulations are being drafted relative to this at the state level. The state agency that's going to administer this and sort of call balls and strikes as far as labor disputes go is being set up, and questions of funding are inherent. So this initial group of people are the ones that are most directly threatened by this technology going forward. And I think that if these folks are to have any bargaining power, if this effort that we are the first in the nation to proceed with is to have any chance of success, this technology can't go forward till that's stood up, and that union is strong, and the agencies that are going to regulate that part of the industry are up, funded, and running. But I think there's a larger question beyond simply the ADU and that 70,000 group of rideshare drivers, and that is to say, once you crack open the door to this technology, what flows from that? So we have bus drivers, we have school bus drivers, we have delivery drivers, we have former taxi drivers that are now delivery drivers, we have all kinds of people that are going to be affected by this, and there are inherent questions in this that simply need to be answered before this can be taken seriously. What happens to these jobs? What happens to these workers? How many of these jobs are going to be cannibalized? How many people are going to lose their livelihood? In a city of ever-increasing expense, this is a way that a tremendous number of people, either as a primary occupation or as a secondary occupation to help make ends meet, rely on the ability to drive. And this is in some ways, as long as there have been working people, there have been efforts to find ever cheaper labor to undercut working people. That is the story of the history of labor and the history of working people. And at this moment, that really is the question we're wrestling with, is, how are workers protected? How are they protected against technology? How are they protected against a company that simply isn't interested in making sure that workers are protected? That's a real problem.
So I want to make sure we have time for counselors' questions because we have 3 panels. So I do not want to shortchange any of your testimony as well, but just if we can get to, as soon as you introduce yourself, get to.
Yeah, thanks. Do you want to wrap up?
I did wrap up. Actually, Councilor Durkin wrapped up for me.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for convening this space. My name is Shinpei Tsai. I'm the Chief Research and Data Officer for the city. I look over the Mayor's Office of New Urban Mechanics and the analytics team, so we're looking at innovation that is grounded in evidence. I think we covered the wide range of concerns and issues that have to be addressed, absolutely. What I'd like to start with is the question of what is the problem we're trying to solve with AVs, and I think it is also true that we need emerging technologies to fill transportation gaps in a sound way, but is it actually accessible to everyone? Is it actually possible for everyone to be using it? And are the marginal benefits enough to overcome the concerns that we've all raised here? And so everything from the impacts on the network, the transportation congestion, to labor and the other bigger impacts around the community. I think we should ask the question of who benefits most from this service and who might stand to lose, and I think we're hearing a lot of opinions about that. And I think what I want to land on, though, is in my role as a city, we are open to learning. We want to make our goals apparent, and this is a great forum to make that clear. We hope that Waymo will orient their operations to be delivering on these benefits that they speak to, that we are dealing, and they're dealing substantively with the negative impacts, that we are addressing all of these concerns in a very, very substantive way. We also strongly believe in listening to stakeholder concerns and expect the company to respond to them. We want to be learning alongside everyone else, and that in order to do that, that means, most importantly, sharing operational information in almost a real-time basis so that we can prioritize public safety, that we are sharing data about trips and operations, and that we're being responsive to public safety concerns and labor concerns and feedback from our communities.
Thank you. Usually I go last when I'm chairing a hearing, but because I am the lead sponsor, I'm going to go first. So I'll give myself the same time. We're going to go, oh, something's happening. Yeah, it's weird. It's counting down, but it's... Oh, now it's working. Okay. So Boston ranks 4th worst among major U.S. cities for traffic congestion. So I think when I initially spoke about this issue, I said that I wanted to make sure that Waymo was not additive and that it was substitutive. I think I think for all the labor folks around that are here, that did not come off well because there are a lot of different stakeholders associated with this conversation. As someone who hears about traffic every single day in my job, that was at the top concern. And then now even my own comments about something being substitutive and not additive means that workers are being displaced. So it's a very complicated conversation. But given our bad reputation for congestion, if autonomous vehicles were introduced here, how do you think their operations would affect congestion, public transit ridership, and our broader Vision Zero goals?
Thank you, Councilor, for the question. And I think the short answer is we don't know yet, and that is why we would need to make sure that any introduction of autonomous vehicles in Boston is done in a thoughtful way and in a way that allows us to demonstrate positive value from AVs prior to wide-scale expansion and operation. I think from the congestion perspective specifically, one of the deep concerns that we have is that, as anyone who has driven on Boston streets will tell you, driving here is not like driving in the rest of the country. Our streets are complex, they're congested, they're chaotic. And even if Waymos can operate safely in Boston, if every Waymo drives like a confused out-of-state tourist, we will very quickly find them unwelcome on the streets of Boston. We need vehicles, whether they're human or AV or computer operated, that can navigate the complexity of our streets. And to date, Waymo has not demonstrated its ability to operate in a place like Boston. And so that will be a very important part of any regulatory regime, is to make sure that they can demonstrate that they can function in a way that is compatible with safety on the streets and with the smooth flow of traffic.
Okay, and since we're going to do 4 minutes, I think as soon as, just for my other colleagues, like short answers if you can. Just curious if the administration has taken a stand at the State House, either directly or indirectly, in regards to the bills that exist at the State House. Obviously, we know that this is part of a regulatory framework that it would need to be allowed at the State House for it to be allowed here. So we're having this conversation about its potential impact on our streets, but just curious if there's an official stance that has been made.
Not as of yet as it relates to the bills currently at the State House. I think our position is that the city of Boston is going to be uniquely affected by any rollout of autonomous vehicle technologies. More than 40% of today's TNC trips start in the city, and we expect that we would be similarly affected by autonomous vehicles. So we want to make sure that any regulatory regime, whether it's local or state, has a big seat at the table for the city of Boston to help shape the regulatory environment.
How does the city assess AV performance in terms of public safety? And given that we already have rideshare apps like Uber and Lyft and others operating in the city of Boston, do you believe that their impacts have been appropriately mitigated? And if so, should there be more regulations on existing rideshare apps in order to, because I guess for me, that represents a very congested and neighborhoods that have a lot going on. I feel like the technologies that we currently have are not appropriately mitigating their own actions. So adding additional technologies creates a barrier for the city of Boston to appropriately deal with the issues on our streets. I know I get picked up by a lot of rideshare drivers in cars from out of state, and I don't think there's ever been sort of an issue, I don't think there's ever been appropriate even regulation on the existing technologies.
Yeah, it's a big question. So, a very brief answer is just to say, I think pickup and drop-off remains a deeply challenging issue with the existing TNC service, even more so in the prospect of an autonomous vehicle that doesn't have a human who can make a judgment call about what is or isn't safe to do a pickup and drop-off. There is not an existing regulatory framework for autonomous vehicles in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts or the city of Boston, but we would certainly, it is necessary to develop that, and we have thoughts and ideas based on our conversations with other colleagues in other cities and experts in the field about what a strong regulatory framework could look like, but that's an ongoing conversation that we intend to have with folks at the State House and others in the community.
Okay, thank you so much, Chief. And now we're going to go to the second co-sponsor, Councilor Flynn. You have 4 minutes.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And I did have the opportunity to talk for a few minutes with Shinpei, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Shinpei.
And just want to acknowledge the professional work that you are doing, and just want to say thank you for being here. And I especially enjoyed talking with you this morning. Rideshare drivers in Massachusetts just recently won the right to unionize and collectively bargain to improve their pay and job protections. This represents a major step forward in creating a more stable, equitable gig economy, which continues to be powered by human workers. But wouldn't this deployment of driverless vehicles that never need to take a break, go home to families, directly undermine the progress that we made by weakening the bargaining power of a workforce that's only just beginning to gain a voice at the table? And really, that's for anyone who would like to take it.
Councilor, the answer to that question is yes. It will undercut the bargaining power of these workers.
How do you respond to the argument that replacing drivers with computers or robots undercuts the dignity of work that so many rely on for survival to pay their bills?
Councilor, that's a fair critique. That is the question at the essence of this, is are we protecting workers or are we protecting companies? I mean, the scale of automation and workers' rights against it and workers' bargaining power against it is a story as old as time. And that really is the question here. Are we going to protect these workers, not just the 70,000 in the ADU, but other workers that potentially, stand to be affected by this once you crack open the door? It's the right question that you're asking, Councilor.
Thank you. I know I have a couple more minutes left, but I know other colleagues want to ask questions. Let me just end with this. After this discussion here, after this is over, I'm going to be going over to Roxbury for a labor demonstration with Teamsters Local 25, with other colleagues in government. Teamsters are on strike about trash pickup, and I think it's critical that we need to support the dignity of work, support unionized workers. I think that's a critical part of our job here in the city of Boston. When we see workers exploited, I think it's our job to stand up for them. I think this type of proposal would set the city and workers back, and I don't think it's fair to workers that have worked hard, collectively bargained, want to support their families, pay their bills. They're not rich, but they want to be in the middle class. I think this is a step backwards if we go this route. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Next, we're going to go to Councilor Murphy, and then Pepin and Santana.
Thank you. Thank you for your opening statements. Before I do ask a couple questions, I did want to take a moment to recognize and shout out, I know we have some Teamsters here, but all of the Teamsters who have been out, I think today is day 23 of their strike, and striking is not easy. They've been out there in the heat, in the pouring rain. They've not been treated with what I would consider the respect they deserve out there, trying to get in the way of the statement that they're trying to make. So I will also, like Councilor Flynn said, be joining, and I know many of their brothers and sisters and other labor unions will be out there with them. So I do just want to uplift that. You've said that driverless cars, I have a question on the impact of the workforce. I know you just kind of touched on it, Lou, but that driverless cars will revolutionize transportation. Basic principles of supply and demand would suggest that the introduction of self-driving cars competing with drivers for trips will mean jobs lost for tens of thousands of drivers who currently rely on driving for their livelihood. What interest would Boston have in allowing that to happen? And rideshare drivers chose this line of work because of the independent and flexible nature. I know we've had hearings on this, and the ability, like it already has been said, for some, this is their main job, and they make hopefully a livable wage. For some, because it's so expensive to live here in the city, it's a second job that they take. If Waymo is proposing alternative forms of employment, how will drivers be able to maintain the flexibility that they value so much?
Counselor, again, these are all good questions. I mean, I will say in the process of preparing for this hearing, I saw one study that said, once autonomous vehicles are up and running, approximately 6% of these jobs will be lost a year. So I think you're asking the right questions, and I think these are questions that need to be answered before we go forward with this. So,
No, thank you. And I think it's important also to get these questions on the record, even though, like you agreed, that we just need to, given that driverless vehicles will likely reduce trip volume and utilization for human drivers, isn't a decline in their weekly and hourly earnings are an inevitable result? You already said it would be, right, that we know that workers will be losing maybe not a full-time job, but many of their trips will be replaced. If the technology displaces drivers and redirects earnings from local workers to out-of-state tech companies and investors, do we have answers yet on what concrete benefits that would bring to the people and economy of us here in Boston, if any? Or would it just be a negative effect, do you think?
I think that there is some marginal benefit to having another transportation option in the mix, given that we do have such a congested road network, and we're still, economically coming back from COVID. We do want to create ways for people to be moving around the city easily. It's a question as to whether or not this is a meaningful contribution at the moment, and I think all of these additional impacts that we're discussing merit additional investigation, exploration.
And Yasha, I think you mentioned, and you've been watching and maybe even visiting the different cities across the state who have already done this, and what I saw was an erosion of public trust that they have with, in the experience they're having in their city. Can you speak to that, if you saw that also, and if you think that would happen here in Boston?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen AVs anywhere in the state yet because
Not
of
here,
Massachusetts law, but there's other cities around the country that are receiving AVs. And, we've heard mixed things from people we've spoken with there. There certainly is a market for AVs, but we've also heard a lot of frustration and concern from government officials about the impacts of AVs. We've heard concerns about the variety of companies, some of whom have been willing partners with local government, some of whom have not. And we've seen a lot of examples of public frustration of AVs that have behaved erratically, of AVs that drive around in parking lots in the middle of the night honking, at gridlock caused by AVs, blocking of emergency vehicles. So there is to your point, Councilor, I think what we have heard from our peer cities is that the AVs have not established a strong basis, the AV companies have not established a strong basis of trust in the general public to date.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Pepin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I start with my questions, I just want to get out of the way that I want to thank anyone that does driving as their full-time or part-time job, because driving in Boston is not an easy thing, which is something that I always think about when I'm either on the road or inside an Uber or Lyft. And so just thank you for the work that you all do, which leads me to my question to Chief Franklin Hodge. And it's about just the streets of Boston. Are our streets ready for fully autonomous vehicles?
I'll go back to your previous answer and say I don't think we know, because we've not seen fully autonomous vehicles operate here. What I will say is that there is a reason that the AV companies all started in Phoenix. That is a city that was built for the car. It is a city without winter weather. It is a city that is designed to be straightforward, predictable, and easy to navigate for a driver, whether that be a human or a robot. Boston is none of those things. And so I think this is an area of emerging technology, and certainly has shown the ability to make great progress. San Francisco is a little bit closer to Boston than, say, Phoenix, but At the same time, I don't think we have seen any of these companies operate at scale in a city of the complexity of Boston. And so we would need to see the demonstrated ability to do that safely and efficiently in order to permit any sort of scaled operation to happen in the city, putting aside the other issues that we've discussed around labor and other concerns.
Right. And another point that you mentioned, that from the cities that have already adopted this or have some sort of variation of Waymo, said that in San Francisco, 40% of the time that they actually have someone in the car taking them from point A to point B is only 40%, and 60% is waiting time. I personally I don't see where these cars could potentially wait that amount of time here in the city of Boston.
Yeah, well, a lot of our understanding, there's sometimes they have parking areas that they've purchased or have achieved access to, but often the cars simply circulate on the road, adding to traffic when they don't have a passenger. I think that 40% number, it's important to say, is an estimate from the city of San Francisco. The reason that it's an estimate is that none of the AV companies share detailed data with the city to allow them to understand how many productive miles the cars are doing on the street and how many empty miles the cars are adding to congestion. And that, I think, is a really important point, that we cannot allow this industry to grow and scale without a strong partnership that includes sharing of information that we need to manage the road network that they rely on for their service.
Okay. I appreciate that. So you have about a minute and a half left. I do want to talk about the impact that this may have on our local economy. Obviously, the folks that are behind the wheels are tax-paying residents. They may turn on Uber for a second, but then they'll turn on Uber Eats for another time period, and they're adding huge contribution to our small businesses, to the residents, to our local economy. Have we started to look at how this may impact our local economy and our tax revenue here?
We're excited to dig into that. I think there's a lot of great questions to examine with the impact of Waymo, and then with delivery and ride hail, there is a contribution to the local economy, but we would need to look into that some more.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very interested in that, just because I like to make sure that we're not just taking the driver into consideration, but also those that have small businesses that also depend on the drivers to do good business in our city. But with that, I just want to thank those that are here from Union. It's not easy to strike. I know it's been said before. It's not easy to just be in this chamber to advocate for what you guys believe in. It's about the working people. And when I see this chamber filled with workers, and you guys are advocating for something, it's because it's something that you truly care about. If it didn't impact you, you wouldn't be here. And I see you, I see my family in you. I'm leaving this hearing early because I am going to that Teamster strike as well, because those union members are hurting as well. And I think that as elected leaders at a local level, our job is to make sure that we are representing our residents. So just thank you so much for being here. That's it for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Councilor Pepin. Councilor Santana, you have 4 minutes, and we've also been joined by Councilor Weber.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for our panelists for being here. And thank you to my colleagues. They've asked amazing questions, and I understand that many of the questions that we are asking, you may not have the answers to them right now as we're kind of starting this process. But as Councilor Murphy mentioned, I think it's important to put some of these things on record. I just also want to recognize against the workers who are here. I see you all, and we want to be able to advocate for you all and for the contributions that you make to our city every single day, to the help that you provide to our businesses and to our economy. So we're going to continue to stand with our workers and with our unions, as my colleagues mentioned. I think I want to focus on the role of human drivers in the industry success, right? So at base, ride-hailing companies have built their business models on the labor and personal investments of human drivers who not only contribute their time, but their own vehicles with little stability or support in return. To our panelists here, any of you, do you agree that human drivers who have invested in a great deal of personal capital to build the rideshare industry have been central to the success of companies like Uber and Lyft?
Yes.
Great. I love you, Lou. I love how straightforward you are. And to that point, what are the long-term economic rewards drivers face to gain from having to compete with driverless vehicles?
I mean, that's the question at the heart of this. What, in terms of their bargaining power, in terms of their earning potential, how are workers affected by this? How much are they undercut? These are the questions we need answers to. We don't have them.
Yeah. And then I guess to that point, what do we have answers to right now? Like, what does the administration have answers to right now that we can share?
I mean, I think with respect to these worker issues, I think the best we can do is look to, studies that have been done and look to the experience of other cities and towns across the country where this technology exists. But that is, I think, itself at best an imprecise yardstick. But that's what we have.
Awesome. Well, thank you. I'll keep this. Most of my questions are for the next panel, so I'll reserve my future questions for that panel. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, we are running a little bit over, but we're going to go to Councilor Weber, and then we're going to hopefully get to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I will just ask a couple questions and review. Hopefully, I'm not covering something. Chair, let me know if this has already been asked. I guess for Lou, in terms of like the labor aspect, what protections are in place for workers where you're rather than negotiate with the union, you're changing the model to, you're either leaving the locality and not negotiating with that union, or you're shifting to an automated process like this. Is there any?
Well, I mean, I highlighted in my opening statement, and I think that again, that's a real question. I mean, take the ADU union. I mean, you've got 70,000 people that have voted to form a union. We passed the first ever ballot question allowing this. Regulations are being drafted on the state level. There's the question of how the agency that's going to be the arbiter in labor disputes is being funded and staffed. These are all open questions. And frankly, if this union is to have the bargaining power that's going to allow them to sort of compete against this, all of that stuff needs to be stood up. That stuff needs to be stood up before we do this. Because otherwise, I mean, the scope and the pace and the effects of automation is traditionally a subject of bargaining in every industry: textiles, automaking, steel, everything, like the introduction longshore, that is, traditionally how this works. And until those mechanisms and that machinery are set up to be able to balance that, this is a real problem.
Yeah, it reminds me of these cases where, rather than negotiate with the union, like a, shipbuilder in Cleveland by the name of Steinbrenner would just close the plant and, trying to figure out whether that, what the purpose of it is. And anyway, so for the other panelists, in terms of like the traffic data, the safety data that we're getting, maybe did you address this already? Like, do you have any? Do you accept these numbers, or in terms of how these have worked in San Francisco and places like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there is a reasonably strong emerging body of research that shows that AVs are less likely to be involved in an injury crash when they operate. But as noted, there are other concerns that relate to public safety beyond just crash rates relative to human drivers. So how and where they pick up and drop off. And it is, if you go and watch any of the YouTube videos of people's autonomous vehicle rides in San Francisco, you'll routinely see them pulling into bike lanes and bus lanes, stopping in the middle of a travel lane to let passengers on and off, waiting for, in some cases, minutes for a passenger to arrive, blocking the flow of traffic. There are issues with first responders. Imagine a Waymo stuck at a light in a narrow north end street with a fire truck behind it trying to get through. How does that vehicle respond in that situation? Does it do the right thing to make sure that it's protecting public safety? These kinds of concerns don't show up in the stats, and so I think this is where a lot of learning has to happen, and frankly, a lot of communication with the companies about how they have programmed their systems so that we can make sure we're not creating other kinds of public safety issues beyond just crashes.
Yeah, and I don't know if either of these have been asked. Just feel free to cut me off, Chair. I don't mind. But in terms, is there something special about Boston? In terms, I think there's an old story about, I think it was Walt Whitman or something. You want a map of Boston, he takes a piece of paper and crumples it up, and there it is. It's a little different than cities laid out later. Is there something concerning about our layout?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, our streets are narrower in many parts of the city. Our streets do not conform to a typical grid. We have one of the highest rates of pedestrian and cyclist usage in the city relative to other cities around the country, which creates a whole extra set of risks and complexities for a vehicle. All of the things that make driving in Boston for a human to be sort of exhausting and challenging are things that the technology needs to demonstrate extreme competence in, and to date these technologies have not operated at scale in a city like ours, and so that is learning that still has to happen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councilor Weber. So we're going to move on to the next panel. I want to thank you so much to the administration panel for being here and for all of your insights. So next, we have Matthew Walsh here, who is the Regional Head of State and Local Policy for Waymo. And if we can pull up David Marginis online, who's the Director of Product Management for Waymo.
Testing, you can hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that how I pronounce your name?
It's David Marginis.
Marginis, okay, thank you. So Matthew, I'll give you the floor for an opening statement.
Absolutely. Good morning, Chair Durkin and other distinguished members of the committee. My name is Matt Walsh, and I serve as Regional Head of State and Local Public Policy at Waymo. I am joined virtually today by my colleague David Marginis, our Director of Product Management. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. Waymo is an autonomous driving technology company with a mission to be the world's most trusted driver. We operate a fully autonomous ride-hailing service in Phoenix, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Austin, and Atlanta. We're excited to continue expanding to different cities, including Miami and Washington, D.C., where we expect to launch next year. Today, Waymo provides over 250,000 fully autonomous paid passenger trips per week. The Waymo driver travels over 2 million fully autonomous miles each week, more than an average American driver covers in 150 years. This progress reflects 15 years of development. Our technology has driven 100 million fully autonomous miles on public roads with an exceptional safety record. The data shows the Waymo driver is involved in nearly 5 times fewer injury-causing collisions compared to human drivers, with even greater safety benefits for pedestrians and cyclists. I encourage the committee to review all of our safety data, which we make available online at waymo.com/safety. Waymo offers extensive coverage in its operating cities, connecting people to businesses, schools, and transit. Thousands use our service daily for groceries, medical appointments, and entertainment. In Phoenix, Waymo operates across 315 square miles, nearly 6 times Boston's size, including airport pickup and drop-off, and have proudly served the Metro Phoenix area for 5 years. Our service is supported by a wide-ranging workforce, including software engineers, vehicle technicians, and a team of validation drivers and other personnel who support our operations and incremental expansions in these cities. We are currently in an exciting growth phase, expanding and testing our service in new cities. Over the past year, we have manually driven our vehicles with trained human specialists in more than 10 cities across the United States. These experiences have shown that the Waymo driver is successfully adapting to new environments. This summer, we were fortunate that Boston was one of the cities where we were able to explore neighborhoods with the highest ridership density, from East Boston to Roxbury and all the downtown neighborhoods. While Waymo has no official plans at this time for a commercial launch in Boston, we are committed to engaging in a robust conversation at the state and local level on what autonomous vehicle regulations could look like in Boston. We are proud to prioritize collaboration with policymakers, first responders, and community organizations in the areas where we operate because we know that trust is earned, not given, and it is essential to bringing benefits of this technology to more people around the U.S. Thank you again for your time, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Matthew. So as the chair of Planning, Development, and Transportation, let me start my timer. I'm very familiar with Boston's unique streetscapes and its challenges such as pedestrian safety, aging infrastructure, roundabouts, private ways, and a heavy presence of cyclists and pedestrians. Given these congestions, can you provide evidence that autonomous vehicles will operate as safely as or more safer than human drivers in this environment?
Thank you
In
for
Boston.
Yes, thank you for the question, Counselor. I think what I'd like to point out is that we have now driven 71 million miles on public roads across the U.S. We're showing that the data that we have now shows that we are reducing serious injury or worse crashes by 88%. We're reducing airbag deployment crashes by 79%. These are miles that, while are not Boston specific, these are in cities that are very similar to the roads that you have here in Boston. So we feel very confident in this technology and the performance that we're seeing to date. And I don't believe that the conditions here in Boston are so unique that this technology would not be able to operate as effectively as it is every single day.
Within your data, are there things like snow, rain, sleet, freezing over that would make operating, say a human driver might say, I'm not going to go out and drive today because it's unsafe and I don't have new tires. A human is making a decision to go into their car under certain conditions. Given that there's not that level of, are there cases where, a driverless car may make the decision to go out in an unsafe situation?
I'd love for David to be able to talk to some of the technological aspects of that. David?
Yeah, I specifically am curious about snow and sleet and freezing over. We just did have a pretty tough winter.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me address the question by saying that there are a lot of advantages that the Waymo driver has over a human in conditions like that. We have 3 different types of sensors: LiDAR, camera, and radar. And we chose those 3 specifically to be able to handle weather conditions like the ones that you described. In the areas that we operate, we specifically develop our technology and test it and validate it to make sure that it's able to handle all of the conditions in those cities. And to date, the track record, the safety numbers that my colleague Matt mentioned do include driving in all of those conditions. Now, I know that you mentioned that you're specifically interested in things like winter weather, snow, et cetera. We have not yet validated the Waymo driver for fully driverless operations in things like snow and standing snow on the ground, which is why one of the reasons that we're particularly excited to expand our testing. We are currently doing our testing and development in snowy environments in preparation for future expansion into cities where snow is more typical.
And I'm running out of time, so can you give me an update on the mapping of Boston? I did see a Waymo car in Beacon Hill mapping the streets, and I'm curious if that mapping is complete. And obviously there was a driver in that car, so I don't want to share any misinformation, but just curious where you are in terms of mapping the streets of Boston and where you think you are with the state regulatory process.
I'll take the first part of the question. I'll take the first part of the question. So as my colleague Matt mentioned, we visited Boston for a short time earlier this year to map a portion of the city and drive in that portion so that we could better understand and collect data to answer some of the questions that Chief of Streets Yasha pointed out a little bit earlier. We're still analyzing that data to understand what it means for the Waymo driver, but generally what we found is that the Waymo driver has generalized so that it is able to handle diverse environments like the ones that we see in the city of Boston. So that process is complete for now. And then I'll turn it over to Matt to talk a little bit about the regulatory frame.
So the state legislative process, I think, is what you were asking about, Counselor. That bill was introduced a few months ago. It had its first hearing back on June 24th, which we participated in. I think it's still very early on in the process, and so a number of groups came out to speak either in favor or against that bill. We are looking forward to a robust dialogue with both the city and the state legislature about the future of that bill.
Do you have a proposed or do you have a timeline that Waymo would expect to know at the State House when, because essentially the conversation we're having is about Boston, and that this is really a conversation that comes this is a conversation we need to have, but it's a conversation that comes after a state regulatory process. So do you think it will happen in this term, next term, 2 terms from now, 3 terms from now?
I'm always optimistic about progress in the state legislature. I think this is a complicated issue, and clearly from the hearings so far today, there's a lot of different viewpoints on this. I will note that legislation is a piece of legislation that 25 other states around the country have already passed. I don't want to get ahead of the state legislature and their process, but again, we are optimistic about it moving forward and look forward to participating in continued debate.
Well, as you know, Boston is a union town. We're not any of those other cities.
Yeah.
So I think that's where you're running into here, is that we do care about our workers. We care about every single person who has a stake in the economy. I think for me, I'm like a transportation nerd, so I want to ask all my questions about transportation. But I mean, you can see from the folks that are here that this has an impact on their livelihoods, and I think you're going to hear that from my colleagues. So I'll go to my second co-sponsor, Councilor Flynn.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Matt, for being here. I also am interested in learning more about some of the outreach you did while here in Boston with public safety professionals, whether it was the police, fire, EMS. Did you get their input at all into what impact these autonomous vehicles would have on public safety?
Absolutely, and thank you for the question, Councilor. First responder engagement and education is at the forefront of what we do here at Waymo. Waymo was one of the first companies in the industry to build out an in-house first responder ambassador program. This is made up of individuals that are all former law enforcement or first responders, so they know the community and they know how to speak to the community. To date, they have trained more than 18,000 first responders across the country. Here in Boston, to answer your question directly, that team was able to do engagement with Boston PD, with Boston Fire, as well as departments in Cambridge and Somerville, so that, and the state police, I should add, so that those departments were aware of what the vehicles were doing, how to engage with them. Of course, the testing that we did here in Boston, I will remind everyone, was in manual. So a lot of the education that that team would do is more in the context of what fully driverless operations would look like down the road.
Okay. I do have significant concerns as how it would impact our first responders having autonomous vehicles on the streets, trying to navigate the roads, especially during an emergency when a first responder vehicle is on our streets. That's a major concern for me. My other point is, would the results from other cities across the country as it relates to first responders and first responder vehicles on the streets, have there been any challenges, and what have first responders have said about this technology? Did it help them? Did it improve the condition? Did it impact them in any way? Did it delay response time? Do you have any of those types of that data or information?
I am not aware of any specific data as to the impact on response times or first responders. What I can say is that I think the biggest challenge that first responders have is a lack of awareness and education about the technology, which is exactly why Waymo has invested time and resources into developing a team and a program of training that we deploy across the country. So I think that's the challenge, and it's a challenge we're ready to meet, and we continue to meet every single day, and we will do that here in Boston when the time is appropriate.
Thank you. Yeah, so my main 2 concerns, I've been strong supporter for working men and women for organized labor. And the second point I wanted to highlight is I do think this would have a negative impact on our first responders here in the city, our police, our fire, our EMS, our MBTA bus drivers as well. They all play a critical role in delivering city services or state services, but I think it would negatively impact their job. Madam Chair, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Flynn. Next, we're going to go to Councilor Murphy, and I'm really sorry this thing keeps beeping. I don't know how to get to stop beeping, so.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. First, I would just like to thank Sam Dillon from Local 718, who is here, was here in the room to listen. I also want to uplift what Councilor Flynn already touched on, but will these autonomous vehicle operations, I believe they could potentially interfere with operations of our first responders, decrease road safety, and could cause greater congestion. I know we've had many conversations already, if you're following along on the infrastructure of Boston with many new bike lanes and bus lanes that we've heard directly from first responders who sometimes don't always feel, safe or want to be on the record because they know the administration is really in favor of a lot of these infrastructure changes, but that they have seen delays in EMS getting to, emergency situations or fire trucks getting down, streets being blocked. So I know you kind of touched on it already, but is that something you'll continue to engage, not just with the administration side of it, but with our EMS union, police and fire unions also?
Absolutely, Counselor. And as I said, when I asked about this earlier, first responder engagement will always be and continue to be the highest priority for us. And so that team will continue to go out and do the engagement. But, David, perhaps you want to just highlight quickly on one piece of technology on the vehicles, whether it's between the cameras or the microphones, which helps us avoid interfering in first responder operations.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think the concerns that are being brought up here are, not just kind of theoretical concerns with the new technology, but they're real concerns that I think have come from experience with humans blocking first responder vehicles. And one of the reasons that we designed the technology that I mentioned earlier, the camera, the LiDAR, the radar, microphones on the vehicles to be able to recognize sirens from far away, is specifically to be able to get out of the way of first responders who are on their way to helping citizens of the cities that we are in. We're very, very conscious of ensuring that first responders have a path to wherever they're traveling to. We're very conscious of avoiding active incident scenes, which is why we've trained our vehicles to be able to recognize those from many, many blocks away, farther than humans can, and to be able to reroute proactively away from those. I think that San Francisco Fire Department recognized San Francisco is not Boston, but just as a data point from a city where we're operating many of our vehicles, actually tweeted some time ago a video of a Waymo vehicle pulling out of the road ahead of a fire truck with the caption, I'll paraphrase, "Be more like this car," right? An example of how to be courteous and make way for first responders. And so I think that, lacking sort of large amounts of data for the city of Boston, it's hard to make a judgment call of exactly what that's going to look like, precisely, which is why, as my colleague Matt mentioned, what we're excited to do is to be able to test and to be able to put some data behind some of the concerns and demonstrate that our technology is actually able to not only survive, but thrive on the roads of Boston.
Thank you. I know I'm running out of time. But I do have a cybersecurity safety concerns. I'm old enough to have watched the Jetsons like when they were airing back in the 70s, and we never thought, these driverless cars would be here. But there's real concerns around the vulnerabilities about cybersecurity and what steps are being taken to ensure that these vehicles cannot be hacked or utilized for malicious purposes. How confident are you that your systems are secure enough to prevent potential risks like cyber terrorism? And in the absence of human operators, what safeguards are there that could prevent someone from using Waymo for any nefarious purposes?
Yeah, David, go ahead.
Yeah, cybersecurity has been core to the technology that we've been building basically from day one. For the last 15 years. It's a concern that we took as seriously as the question that you've asked, which is why we've built it into our technology foundationally. In short, the vehicles cannot be operated remotely over the cloud in the way that I think a lot of these cybersecurities or hacking narratives would suggest. The Waymo driver is a driver on the vehicle. And it is a autonomous and self-contained vehicle that can receive instructions from the cloud. For instance, where to go, who to pick up, where to drop off, etc. But I think a lot of the narratives, the kind of fear, uncertainty, doubt around these things are generally not well-founded. So in short, it's something that we've built in from the core. It's a concern that we've been taking seriously for 15 years and something that we built into our technology from the ground up.
Thank you. Thanks, Councilor Murphy. Next, we're going to go to Councilor Pepin. I want to announce that we've been joined by Councilor Julia Mejia. Thank you so much for being here. Councilor Pepin, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here and talking a little bit about the work that Waymo has done so far. I really want to know about some of the major challenges that you've experienced in other cities. Probably San Francisco more, just as similar in street style, a little bit more similar in street style. Just want to hear a little bit of how that's been going for you guys.
Well, as David is our San Francisco resident expert, I'm going to defer to him.
Yeah, absolutely. So first, I would point you to our safety page, which contains all of the data that my colleague Matt mentioned and more, and is broken out by city. So you will be able to see really the most important numbers there, which has to do with safety and the advantages that the Waymo vehicle has provided to the residents of San Francisco, not only in terms of being able to conduct as many trips as we have, but the fact that we have reduced vehicle collisions, injury collisions, airbag deployments, collisions with pedestrians, cyclists, et cetera, very, very significantly by 5 times better than humans to 10 times better than humans. And that's a safety record that we stand behind and incorporates all of the millions of miles of driving that we've had there. Very early in our deployment, we started out driving autonomously, but with what we call autonomous specialists behind the wheel, ready to take over if there were any concerns. This was many years ago when we started driving in the city of San Francisco. And what we found was that we were able to rapidly tune our software and train the Waymo driver to be able to rapidly adapt to that environment. And that's one of the big reasons that we started out with our road trip to Boston earlier this year, so that we could start the process of tuning that data and see that if there were any challenges, any tuning, any small tweaks that we needed to make, that we would be able to do so.
Thank you for that. Okay, my next question is regarding just relationships between humans and Waymo in general. I think Councilor Durkin said it perfectly, where our city, we're a proud union city. We're proud of our workers. We're proud of the fact that they stand up for what they believe in. So I want to know, what is a coexistence between Waymo and humans like?
What is the what?
What is the coexistence like in different cities, different parts of the country?
Yeah, and I appreciate the question, Counselor. The way that we view this, and I think this is an important point to make, is Waymo is another transportation option in a large network of different options that people can choose from. Uber, Lyft, taxi, public transit. Waymo should be looked at as another choice for consumers. And so this is not an overnight transformation of consumer choice. The cities that we go to, we don't operate there, and day one, the entire city is now exclusively Waymo riders. That is not the case that we see at all. There's a lot of community acceptance that we have to work on. They need to be educated. They need to be aware of the technology. And lastly, and most importantly, they need to be comfortable with it. And we are not seeing that in cities we're in. We're seeing that Waymo provides another transportation option. So I think in Boston, like any other city, should Waymo be here one day, this will be another choice for your consumers. And I think it'll be a safe choice, a reliable choice, and perhaps a choice that has not filled traditional transit gaps, getting medical workers and workers from hospitality home at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning when traditional ride-hail has been a problem, when mass transit is not an option for them. So I think the relationship between Waymo and humans is that we are another choice for humans, and we're a safe choice, and we look forward to serving more passengers.
And I'd love to add on to that, just because of the way that the question was asked, the relationship between Waymo and humans, right? Certainly, I think the spirit of the question was around, different ride-sharing options, or, things like different transportation options, like buses or other rideshare. But there are other humans on the road that are really important as well, right? And when we think about our relationship with humans, we do incorporate pedestrians, cyclists, et cetera. And what we hear from our users and what we see from public forums in the cities that we operate is that groups like cyclists, like pedestrians, rapidly see that the Waymo vehicles are the ones that are paying attention, that are adhering to the laws, that see them when they are riding in bike lanes or even in vehicle lanes. And I think that that's a really important aspect of this question that's often ignored, but is really at the heart of what we need to do to keep our streets safe.
Thank you for that. I know my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Pepen. And I just, not to editorialize this at all, but there's something very unsettling about your company referring to drivers as driverless cars. Drivers are people. Like, you're referring to a car as a driver. Like, literally, you did it like 3 times. I think that is so creepy. And I think that is so unsettling. And it's like, kind of like, honestly, like I had like an emotional reaction to you calling a car a driver, because a driver is a person. So, and I think that kind of gets at sort of the issue here. But Councilor Santana, you have 4 minutes.
I'm glad you brought it up, Counselor, because I was about to bring it up too. Thank you, Matthew and David, for being here and for answering our questions. I think I want to go continue kind of off my colleague here, Councilor Pepen. You mentioned, I care about our drivers here, right? Mm-hmm. We're a union city here in the city of Boston. We want to protect our workers here, and just want to hear more about the impact. I think earlier in your earlier statements you talked about getting support from software engineers to communications from first responders. One thing you failed to mention there was our unions and our workers, right? So have there been, in other cities where you've developed this, have there been conversations and relationships built between Waymo and union partners and residents?
Yes, on the union side specifically, we were incredibly proud to have a partnership with the International Brother of Electrical Workers in San Francisco. So we had a partnership with them as it related to the outfitting of EV chargers in our facilities there. So there's clearly demonstrated experience of us having conversations with organized labor. I'm not aware of any other existing or active conversations right now, but it is something that, is a conversation we're willing to have. But I think on the workforce, and I said it earlier in my testimony, but you look at Waymo as this driverless car, but I think at the end of the day, what people fail to see, because they don't see it as a customer, is the sheer number of people that are involved in making this service work. You go to any of our depots, you see a number of people that are there maintaining those cars, cleaning those cars, making sure they're safe to hit the roads. And so, yes, it's a driverless car. But at the end of the day, we count on the incredibly hardworking individuals that work at Waymo and our partners to make that service work. But I recognize that workforce is an incredibly important part of the conversation. If I've learned anything in Boston since I've started being here in June, it's that this is a union town. We recognize that. I think the industry itself, we are very excited and optimistic about the job creation numbers that are going to occur in the next 10 years. Chamber of Progress, well-known, well-respected think tank, released a report last year stating that over the next 10 years, 100,000 jobs at a conservative level will be generated, with even more optimistic numbers in the hundreds of thousands as AV companies like Waymo continue to expand. So I think there are job opportunities that are in this industry, and Waymo is very much committed to working with to create a pipeline of talent. And so in New York, for example, we established the first of its kind partnership with Bronx Community College within their existing automotive program to begin working on an AV curriculum so that students in community colleges have a pipeline to high-paying and high-skilled jobs at companies like Waymo. And in a place like Boston, that's a conversation we want to have. We want to work with you on building out the talent of pipeline here.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you mentioning that. But I guess you're talking about job creation here, but I'm focused on the jobs that are going to be lost on the other end because of that, right? And again, these are the workers are right behind you right now, right?
I'm very familiar with them. Yes, we're becoming quite friendly. Yes.
So I mean, and these are workers who are living paycheck to paycheck, trying to stay in the city that's becoming incredibly expensive, trying to give back to our communities, helping our businesses. What do you say to them, right? Like, I mean, what does a company like Waymo say to these workers?
As I said earlier, this is a gradual transformation. This is not an overnight change in the behavior of how people choose to use ride hail. This is going to be a situation in which this is an incremental sort of introduction into the city in terms of the vehicles. The other thing is scale. Waymo is not nearly as large as the tens of thousands of ride hail drivers that currently work in the city of Boston. We have hundreds of vehicles across the U.S. in 5 markets. We don't have tens of thousands. And so the idea that Waymo coming to Boston is going to result in people losing their jobs overnight, it's just not accurate. Yeah, go ahead, Councilor.
I think the key word is overnight. It might not happen overnight, but over time, it would happen, right?
It is entirely possible, but to my point that I just made earlier, Waymo is committed to working in the interim to figure out other job opportunities for people within the AV industry, and we will continue to do that.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Councilor. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Councilor Santana. Councilor Weber, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. So I guess before Waymo came in and mapped the streets, we didn't hear about it on the city council. Like, who did you reach out to at the city level I don't know, did you ask permission or what happened?
Appreciate the question, Councilor. So the testing that we did, again, it was in manual mode with a human being behind the wheels. So the autonomous technology was not driving the vehicles, and so therefore there's no sort of permission, official permission. But that said, Waymo, like in every other city we've been in, we treat our local partners with the utmost respect, and we do the early engagement. We did early engagement, obviously, with City Hall. I know that we got to some members of the council, clearly not all of them, and for that I apologize, and we will make note of that for future expansions here. But we did a lot of engagement. And I think the other thing we need to balance on our side is the amount of engagement we do ahead of these road trips, as we call them, especially one like this that was in manual. We want to give enough engagement about who we are as a company and what we're doing and what the cars look like, but also balancing the fact that we were not announcing any commercial plans for Boston this summer. We still don't. And so we don't want to create the sense that we are launching a service here and you all need to scramble to be prepared for that. So I think we try to balance that engagement so that you have the information you need, but also are not preparing for something that is not imminently happening.
It was still concerning to hear that a company was making a detailed, whatever map of our city streets, without having a community process beforehand. So I just, I think getting off on the wrong foot with me, at least, on that. In terms of other cities, do you have any studies that show the impact on public transportation and Waymo's impact on public transportation on those cities in terms of revenue and use?
So I don't have any studies on the revenue as it relates to public transit. What I can say is that Waymo sees our service as one that can increase ridership on mass transit. We want to encourage our riders to take Waymo to get to a transit stop. So for example, in San Francisco and Los Angeles, we had pilot programs where we were incentivizing our riders to take Waymo to a metro stop. In exchange for taking the Waymo vehicle to a metro stop, they were given $3 credits in their account for future rides. So we want to incentivize that. What we have found is that 36% of our riders during that program were using Waymo to get to metro stations, and so we believe that we can increase ridership. We can get people that last mile so they can use transit to get to their final destination.
Okay, and then can you explain? There's a partnership between Uber and Waymo. Just looking, I would think that Uber you'd be competitors. Can you explain? So does Uber want a driverless car future? Is is that the plan, or?
Councilor, I wouldn't speak on behalf of Uber as a company. What I can say is that, yes, we do have a partnership with Uber in 2 cities, Austin and Atlanta, where the Waymo vehicles are accessible through the Uber app. So customers in those cities, they can access Waymo on their Uber accounts. The partnership is limited to those 2 cities, and I cannot speak to the future of that partnership or what the aspirations of Uber are as a company.
Okay, and then, so I with Uber, you've got this business model where the drivers are independent contractors. They got to pay for the cars, they got to pay for insurance and all that stuff. Here, if there's no driver, I don't understand. You can explain the business model of Waymo, how I assume it's not turning a profit now. Maybe I'm wrong, you can correct me. But how, it has to pay for the cars and the technology. What is the business model of Waymo?
The business model is exclusively ride-hail at this moment. And yes, we do own and operate our vehicles, but as far as what the business model is, it's going to continue to bring the life-saving benefits of autonomous vehicles to as many cities as we possibly can.
Well, can I just quick follow-up, Chair?
Yes.
So with Uber, what we've seen is because the drivers are independent contractors at no cost, they will flood an area with cars because they want the response times to be low. They don't care how much money the drivers make. They don't have to make minimum wage or I know there's a settlement with the state that's going to changes, but generally across the country, so they can flood an area. Response times are low. Workers can make below minimum wage because they're independent contractors. So how is that going to work in terms of with Waymo? Is there going to be a limit on the number of vehicles in an area? Obviously, you want response times to be low for customers as well. How do we regulate that? Or is it just going to be up to the free market and we can see an unlimited number of cars from Waymo on the road?
Right now, we don't face vehicle caps in any of the cities that we currently market, and none of the 25 other states that have enacted regulations have implemented vehicle caps as part of that process. As I said earlier, Waymo's fleet size is in the hundreds in each of these cities across the United States. We don't have the capability to, quote, flood a market, and so I do not foresee that being the case with some future market here in Boston.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Chair.
Counselor Mejia, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here. I did submit a letter of absence, but I realized that it hadn't been read to the record, so I needed to make sure that people knew that I was here, and I made some arrangements so that I could make my strong opposition heard. So that said, I'm glad that I managed to move things around so that I can be present. But I guess for me, I'm just curious with the introduction of driverless vehicles. We know that it could significantly undercut new wage standards that we fought really hard for here, that have been recently set by the Attorney General. And then I'm just curious, forcing human drivers to compete with machines that have no labor costs. And I'm just curious, given that driverless vehicles will likely reduce trip volume and utilization for human drivers, isn't there a decline? Would there be a decline in their weekly and hourly earnings inevitable a result? Like, if we're competing with machines, it will ultimately have an impact on our drivers.
At this point, given the scale of our fleet compared to Uber and Lyft's, I can't speak to what the decrease in their revenue has been. I don't know those numbers. I can tell you that there are far less Waymos on the street than there are Uber and Lyft's. And as I've said throughout this morning, consumers will continue to make a choice what transportation best meets their needs. And
so let's pause right there.
Sure.
In terms of what consumers have that choice, that they can pick whatever makes the most sense for them.
Correct.
What we are doing is creating an opportunity for people to choose to not support humans and the workforce. That is the choice that we're giving people.
I would disagree, Counselor. I would say the choice we're giving people is they can make a decision if they want to be in a safer vehicle that they feel safer in and that meets their
And
needs.
so are we saying that our Uber and Lyft drivers and our app drivers are not safe drivers?
I am not making comments specifically about the safety of Uber and Lyft. What I can say is that after 71 million miles of fully autonomous operations on U.S. roads, we know that we are 5 times less in injury-causing crashes than human drivers. I am not suggesting that Uber and Lyft drivers are dangerous. I am suggesting that human drivers, compared to the Waymo driver, are involved in far more collisions.
But Waymo is not a driver. Waymo is a robot. So let's
Without it, you're totally correct.
Let's be really clear about
Yes.
what it is. It's an apparatus.
When we say Waymo driver, I know the chair brought this up earlier. That is what we call the Waymo. That is what we call the technology.
Okay,
and I understand it has sensitivities, and
it's very triggering.
Understood
Okay,
and
thank you.
heard loud and clear.
I just want to make sure that
Yes.
we're not driving. That's not happening.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, in supermarkets, they do these self-checkouts.
Correct.
Right? And those are taking jobs from people. And it seems like there is a trend here. And my biggest concern, as someone who had to have 2 to 3 jobs growing up just to make ends meet, is that what we are doing is creating financial hardships for people who are already struggling. And so I'm just curious, how are you reconciling with that impact that you're making on already low-wage workers?
As I said earlier to the other counselor's question, we are committed to increasing workforce developments and job opportunities within the industry.
How?
I'm
talking about for the drivers. How are you increasing workforce development opportunities for the drivers? Not for people who develop apps, not for people who answer phones, for people who are drivers. Like, tell me about what that looks like.
We do not have workforce efforts that are specifically aimed at any part of the population. We are creating jobs for individuals that want to work in the autonomous vehicle industry. If drivers that currently work for Uber or Lyft should decide that they want to work in the autonomous vehicle industry, there will be opportunities for them to do so.
And what would their job title be?
I'm not going to sit here and sort to speculate what their job opportunities would be.
Let's just come to terms with the fact that we are creating a hostile environment for our hardworking people who are no longer going to have work.
I appreciate the question.
And my time is up, and I'll wait for my second round.
Thank you so much, Councilor Mejia, and thank you, Matthew, and thank you both for being here. So I just want to follow up on one question. I feel like, or one thing you said about not taking over the entire market immediately. How long has Waymo operated in San Francisco?
David, do you have the year that we started public roads in San Francisco, public rides?
We started paid operations in San Francisco in 2023.
Okay, so in 2 years, you've captured 27% of the rideshare market in San Francisco in 2 years, 27%. And then when did you start in Austin?
That was only a few months ago.
And you've already captured 20% of the market. So
Counselor, I'm not sure where those numbers are coming from. I don't think
it's coming from the media. We literally looked it up from my office, what was available online.
Yeah.
So that's what folks are saying in those cities. So if that's the case, if in a few years or a few months you can capture a large share of the market, you might say it's not happening overnight, but to people that rely on these jobs, that is overnight. In 2 months, capturing 20% of the market, that is overnight.
I think it's really important to look at this from a slightly different perspective as well. So let me offer a different way of looking at it, which is that as Waymo has grown, we also might have grown the market, right? So as my colleague Matt mentioned, we have initiatives to try to provide last mile transportation to public transportation. There are a number of people who do not feel safe getting in the car alone with somebody else. And our users have mentioned to us that that's one of the reasons that they really enjoy using Waymo. And so it might not be an apples to apples comparison. Certainly our trip numbers have grown in these markets, right? Just based on our safety record and how people feel about the service, which is overwhelmingly positive. But I think we're actually creating new opportunities for people to get to where they want to go, as opposed to just displacing some fixed number of trips that exist within the city.
And I just want to be completely frank. Councilor Flynn and I are both the sponsors of this, and we represent the most late night people trying to get around in the entire city between District 2 and District 8. I have the Longwood Medical area. He's got the hospitals as well. So it's like this idea that like your technology is going to solve for something that needs to be solved for. I feel like the fact that the two co-sponsors of this hearing order who have the most questions about this issue represent the people, both the industries that need to get home at night and the people who, you know, I mean, I represent Fenway Park and TD Garden. I represent the people trying to get home from a late night show. And I think like this whole idea that your technology is solving for something we already haven't solved for, I feel like that's up to us as a city council, that's up to us as a city to figure out. I think that this is a technology conversation, and we've chosen to not have scooters that you can just throw on the sidewalk. We've chosen as a city that that's not going to be a technology that we have, and we've chosen, you know, people aren't, using jet skis on the Charles River, because if someone wanted to permit that, we'd be like, that's a crazy idea. So I think we get to decide what is a good solution for our city, and I think that's the point. I do want to thank you both for your attendance today. It means a lot. We appreciate it, and thank you for being here. So we're going to move on to our labor panel. And so we are going to be joined by Steve South, Dan Nicolai, Mark Vardabedian, Jack Kensley, and Autumn Weintraub. And if there are any edits to that, let me know when you guys come down. Are we, okay, perfect. And I'll let you all choose what order to introduce yourselves. Thank you so much for being here. And if you could turn on all of their mics, that would be great. Oh, and I'd like to announce we've been joined by Council President Rusi Louis-Shen. And Councilor Brian Morrell, who's a switcheroo. Okay, go ahead.
I'm Stephen South, Secretary Treasurer of Teamsters Local 25.
Okay, perfect. You guys want to just go down and I'll introduce yourselves?
Jack Hensla, Political Director with United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 1445.
Mike Vardabedian, Assistant Direct and Business Representative, Machinist Union, District 15, also representing the App Drivers Union.
Bryce Polanco, I'm a rideshare driver, and I'm part of the App Drivers Union.
Autumn Weintraub, App Drivers Union, Executive Director.
Thank you so much. Do you have any opening statements?
I'll start. Good morning. Thank you, Councilor Durkin and members of the committee for meeting with us. I first want to thank you also for your comments, your questions, your concerns, and also pointing out the fact that driverless vehicles are not drivers, and it is insulting to the people who do this work. And I didn't realize that automated vehicles actually have to support families and stuff. So I appreciate you guys recognizing that, because I'm sure it was bothering everybody as much out there. As I said, my name is Mike Vardabedian. I serve as the Assistant Directing Business Representative for District 15 Machinist Union, as well as I represent the App Drivers Union. And I stand in strong solidarity with my partners in labor in the labor movement here. We urge the committee to hit the brakes on driverless cars until we fully understand what's at stake. Boston cannot afford to greenlight autonomous vehicles without serious public and transparent examination of long-term impacts on jobs, communities, and public safety. We've seen what happens when tech companies are allowed to move fast without accountability. Workers pay the price. Rideshare drivers just won the right to unionize and to fight for better wages and conditions. Rolling out driverless cars now threatens to erase that progress before it begins. We're not here just to raise concerns. The labor movement is here in Boston is united around a solution. We strongly support an ordinance to be introduced by Councilors Henry Santana and Aaron Murphy. The ordinance is backed by a broad coalition including App Drivers Union, Teamsters Local 25, UFCW 1445, IAM District 15, and SEIU 32PJ. The ordinance calls for a full public study before AVs are allowed on our roads, and it would create an advisory board of labor, frontline workers, and business owners and public safety experts to assess the real impact and shape future rules. Sorry, I need my glasses. Labor is not only united in our concerns, we are united in a path forward. Our proposal is not anti-technology. It's pro-worker, pro-community, and pro-Boston. Workers must have a real seat at the table when discussions are being made about the future of their work. Let's take the time to get this right before it's too late. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Councilors Durkin, Councilor Flynn, and all the other councilors that are here today. We appreciate it. My name is Stephen South. I'm the Secretary-Treasurer of Teamsters Local 25. Coincidentally, I started my career at UPS, where I drove a package car for more than a decade in Boston and surrounding communities, where I was able to earn strong pay and benefits and have a middle-class job. Now I get to negotiate contracts on behalf of over 13,000 union men and women in the greater Boston area so that they too can have stable, good-paying careers. And most of these workers are drivers. Unfortunately, our way of life is under threat by Waymo and other big tech advocates. Waymo and other companies that are putting driverless cars and trucks on our roads like to describe themselves as people who are working towards a utopian future. Nothing could be further from the truth. This company is steamrolling into cities throughout our country without concern for the policymakers, workers, or residents who live there. They're doing this because they stand to make an unfathomable amount of money if they eliminate driving jobs for working class people. People who are proud union members, like the ones you're hearing from today and the ones behind me. You'll hear from my colleagues shortly about how Waymo is already eliminating jobs for Uber drivers. We see the writing on the wall. We know that driverless car and truck companies are salivating at the idea that they could eliminate Teamster jobs. In addition to the concerns about job loss, there are serious safety concerns involving automation. Waymo has said that their cars are safer than humans. Nothing could be further from the truth. If Waymos are so safe, why has this company had to recall over 1,500 of their vehicles? Why was it placed under investigation by the federal government? Why have Waymos collided with pickup trucks, wet concrete, and even a dog? This happened in cities like Phoenix, Houston, and San Francisco. The city of Boston has roads that are nearly 400 years old, along with much harsher weather than any of those cities. The problems that we experience will be 10 times worse than what we've already seen, and what we've already seen has been horrible. This is because so much of being safe on the road is common sense and split-second decision-making. Driverless cars and trucks are nowhere close to having the same capabilities as a trained human operator, and they probably never will. That's why elected officials need to send a clear message that Massachusetts is not a playground for Silicon Valley, and why we will not be steamrolled by big tech. They can do that by holding Waymo and other autonomous vehicle companies accountable through regulation. And I just want to add one last thing. The company officials that were just up here were trying to throw out all kinds of stats regarding their quote-unquote drivers being 5 to 10 times safer than humans. These are their numbers. And they also cited Chamber of Progress data that says that they're going to create up to 100,000 jobs and I looked it up. I took the opportunity. The Chamber of Progress is actually a trade group that represents technology companies on issues such as antitrust, content moderation, and self-driving cars, and they're funded by organizations such as Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Google, Twitter, Uber, Zillow, and other smaller companies like Lyft, StubHub, and coincidentally Waymo. So again, these are their numbers. And my very last point is, this is to all of the elected officials in Massachusetts, statewide, cities, towns. The jobs that they're trying to eliminate, these driving jobs across every sector, they are your friends, they are your family, they are your neighbors, and these are real jobs, and they are all middle class to low class jobs. I would just respectfully ask that everyone in the state of Massachusetts that are in elected positions really keep that into consideration. These are real people. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to go next?
Yeah. So once again, my name is Jack Hensela, Political Director with United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 1445. We represent about 12,000 members across the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, including many who live and work in the city of Boston. We have drivers who make home delivery for Stop and Shop and commercial delivery for TF Keneally Meats and Unitex and other industrial laundry facilities that do the laundering services for hotels and hospitals across downtown and the whole city. These drivers have years of experience. They know the streets. They drive for their job every day. There's a certain level of expertise that you need to do that, and that comes with the experience. I think a lot of the numbers that the industry representatives have thrown out today is really just tying it to human drivers overall, and it doesn't take into account the years of experience and the level of dedication needed to do this when you're actually doing it for your job. It's not the same as someone just driving recreationally who's going to be texting or not really paying attention to the road. There's a much higher standard when you're collecting a paycheck doing this. And, you know, I think it's been said numerous times already today, but it's still important to note that Boston isn't Phoenix. It's not Palo Alto. It's not San Francisco. It's not Los Angeles. These streets are complicated. There's a lot of weather concerns. It's hard to navigate if you don't have that experience and that personal touch and instinct. There's a lot of stuff that the algorithms won't really be able to predict. And so I'm thinking about not only our members who drive, but our members who walk to work or take public transit to work and the impacts that it'll have on their safety and their commute as they're trying to get to work every day. And I also really want to thank Councilor Mejia for her point earlier about the self-checkout machines. We represent over 6,000 members at Stop and Shop within our jurisdiction. Just 10 years ago, that number was closer to 10,000. And, you know, self-checkout isn't the only reason for that, but it's been a huge issue that we've seen in terms of diluting and eradicating our bargaining unit. You know, where you used to go to the front end and see 10 registers open, now you're lucky if you see 2 because they want to direct all of these customers to the self-checkout lanes. And so I think the point bears repeating that just because these jobs won't disappear overnight, it doesn't mean that there's not going to be this really long-term attrition that can slowly erode these jobs and take away these protections and turn it over to the machines. You know, I think they'll also try to portray it as a cost-saving measure for consumers who want to use these products, but it's important to remember that what that really means is that the money is taken out of the pockets of the hardworking drivers and community members who are performing these jobs and putting it into the pockets of Google and Waymo executives who are just going to laugh all the way to the bank. Thank you.
Thank you. Autumn, would you like to go next? And then I think Francisco, is there a translator or someone? Okay. So
I'll go first.
So Parcel will go into
You want to go
translation.
first? Okay. Okay, got it. Sorry.
Thank you. As I mentioned before, my name is Parcel Polanco. I'm a rideshare driver here in Boston, in the whole Massachusetts, and I'm a proud member of ADU, our drivers union, and I'm here to ask you to protect our local jobs of drivers like me, and driverless cars, training our jobs, our family, and our community. Rideshare drivers just want the right to unionize us. You know, we just want this past year, and it's been a long fight. I've been myself one for more than 3 years, just, you know, asking for this and wanting this. And just like me, a whole bunch of other drivers back then and all over the state are fighting so hard for this. We shouldn't put a welcome sign to take companies to come and just ruin what we have made, we have worked so hard for. As you hear from other drivers, having a human behind the wheel, it makes a big difference for our passengers. Things like helping helping a person at the airport to load their luggage, enter their cars, and folding their wheelchairs, or giving people directions if they need it, or offering our favorite spots for dinner. Waymo can do that. Human clients need human drivers. As a father trying to raise a family here in Boston, one of the biggest worry about bringing Waymo is what will happen to my livelihood. Like me, many of the drivers, we are fully invested in super expensive cars already. What's going to happen if we just lose our job, in 2 months? Who's going to pay my $70,000 that I invested on my car? My credit will go down. I can lose my house. Where will my child will go, And just like me, a whole bunch of other families. And I see, respectfully, I see them talking about, we are creating jobs, but the way I think, you don't create jobs by just eliminating jobs. It doesn't make sense to me. Driverless cars create more problems than they solve. We already have too many cars, too much traffic, and we don't need no more confusion. We need to invest in the people we are already doing the job. We need to invest in the driver that waited outside for an extra minute for your daughter to go inside the house after coming from a graduation party. We need to invest in the driver that helped your mother or grandmother to go inside and outside of the vehicle and fold their wheelchair. We need to invest in the driver that helped that distressed person with IDD to calm down and make sure that they go home safe. Before giving Waymo the green light to operate in the city, the public deserves to understand how driverless cars will impact our community. Frontline workers like rideshare drivers, public transit workers, delivery drivers, and others will play a role in shaping the future of transportation in Boston. Please don't take our jobs.
Thank you. Autumn?
Thank you, council member, and I just want to thank Pricel for his testimony and all the drivers that are here. What Pricel said is a precursor to all the stories that you're going to hear from each driver about the experiences they've had helping passengers and the impact that this will have on their lives. My name is Autumn Weintraub, and I'm proud to serve and support the drivers of ADU as their executive director. And I'm also really proud to be here with the rest of the labor movement in Boston and the state of Massachusetts.
Could you move the mic a little closer?
Sure. Thank you. We have to hit the brakes on allowing robot vehicles on our streets. Boston needs time to study the technology, understand the impact it will have on real working people that are looking you and everyone else in the eyes today, to create clear, enforceable rules of the road. It's not just about innovation. It's about the lives and livelihoods of thousands of drivers and the families and communities that rely on them. We're talking about a direct hit to jobs and our local economy. Drivers who are already stretched thin will be pushed further into debt. They'll work longer hours for fewer trips, and they'll be forced to compete with robots. They could lose their jobs to an empty seat. Drivers just won the right to improve their jobs through a union. Drivers are organizing every day to make their vision for the future of their families a reality, and robot cars threaten all of this progress that can also be progress for Boston. It's not just about the drivers, it's about the ripple effect that the robot cars will have on small businesses, neighborhood economies, and our city and the state's tax base. The robot cars mean fewer paychecks spent at local car repair shops, gas stations, car washes, and convenience stores. When drivers lose income and are driven to unemployment lines, entire communities will feel the loss, and who will pay for that? So I urge the committee to slow down and ask hard questions. What happens to workers' power to collectively bargain for a better life for their families when companies can threaten workers with automation? What is the real cost to the city and the state in lost income tax, sales tax, and small businesses? How will these changes impact families already living paycheck to paycheck and that are in debt because of all the investments that they've put into this industry? Are we prepared to pour public resources into adopting this new technology? And who really benefits from rushing this forward? Drivers and working families, or tech companies who are just chasing profit? So we have the opportunity to get this right, to make sure workers have a seat at the table, and that the future of transportation in Boston is shaped thoughtfully and with care. We can't rush headfirst into experimental technology that presents an answer to a problem that really doesn't exist. Over 70,000 rideshare drivers already serve our communities every day, alongside thousands more workers and drivers in other industries who keep Massachusetts moving. We don't need another app-based transportation option. We need investment in the future of our roads, our families, and our communities. So we urge the city of Boston, be smart, ask the hard questions, and move forward on a road that truly benefits the public and families. Say no to robots and yes to humans. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Autumn. And just want to be totally transparent with my colleagues. I know some of the panelists have a conflict, so they're asking for a brief recess. So we're going to do that, but before then, I want to make sure that we hear from our firefighter local 718 president Sam Dillon for his testimony. But there will be a brief recess at noon because the panelists have asked for it, and that'll probably be around 20-25 minutes. So expect to be back into this chamber by 12:20 or 12:25. So before that, you have 2 minutes, Sam Dillon. Thank you for being
Madam
here.
Chair, thank you very much. Elected officials, always a pleasure for the opportunity to address the elected body of this city. Sam Dillon, President, Local 718, Boston Firefighters, also here representing the Greater Boston Labor Council. Thank you very much. A lot of the conversation we've heard today, a lot of the questions focus on public safety. Backbone of this city. Every decision that's made in this city impacts public safety one way or another, and also impacts labor and our workers. Thank you, Madam Chair. You hit the nail on the head. Referring to these vehicles as drivers, they're machines. Workers drive the cars, workers drive our city, and workers drive the economy and our labor force. To say that you're going to create jobs, I think you said it best. To say that you're going to create jobs by removing the human element from jobs, that just doesn't add up. It's painfully obvious. It just doesn't add up. And coming back to the public safety point, you know, they have videos out of other cities. The machine hears a siren and it knows to pull over to the right. Well, what happens when firefighters or police officers need the car to pull to the left, need it to move off of a hydrant, need it to back up? There's no interaction. We're going to be arguing with an autonomous machine to try to get out of the way of a fire truck. Well, that fire truck's getting through, and Waymo's going to be down at least one car, because we got to get through no matter what. And, you know, our biggest thing is, as public safety officers, as labor representatives, we're here for the city, and we're here for the people who live.
Everyone okay?
Yeah, buddy?
Okay.
We're here for the people who live in this city, work in this city, visit this city. Somebody has a medical episode, a heart attack, an overdose. Something goes on in the back of one of these driverless cars. There's no driver who's going to call 911 and tell us what's going on. We're going to lose critical time to get to that patient and render aid. If we do show up on scene of an accident or crash involving one of these cars, our biggest thing as responders is that situational awareness. We need to interact with the driver. We need to interact with the people involved. What happened? What led up to this? Without that information, without that initial on-scene reporting, we're going to be behind the curve when it comes to rendering critical aid to patients. And I thank you, everyone, for highlighting. All due respect to San Francisco and Austin, Texas, other places where they say this has worked, great. This is Boston. This is Boston, a proudly unique city with proudly unique roads that don't make sense. It's hard enough for humans to figure it out, but we do a pretty damn good job. Let's not leave it up to a machine. Let's keep workers where they need to be, which is behind the wheel, at the checkout counter, in cop cars, in fire trucks. Humans drive this city, not machines. Labor drives this city. Keep the workers in the workforce. If it works in another city, great, have fun. Not here, not Boston. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you so much, President Dillon. So next we're going to take a very brief recess. So see you back at 12:25. So docket 1141 is now in recess. And we're back. Thank you all for indulging the recess, and thank you those that needed to take a recess for letting me know. So we're going to get back. Everyone's given their opening statement, so we're going to allow 4 minutes of questions from each of my colleagues, and then we're going to move into public testimony. The first set of public testimony we're going to do after my colleagues' questions are our panelists. The folks are going to line up in a panel and do public testimony, those that are drivers, so that should be really enlightening. So I'm going to go to my colleagues in order of arrival, starting with Councillor Flynn for 4 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I listened closely to the Labor panel. I want to say thank you to the Labor panel for being here, for your commitment to working men and women across Massachusetts, fighting for fair wages, fair contracts, dignity in retirement, safe working conditions, but also what you do in working with workers to help provide them to a clear path to a middle class through good jobs. So let me start with Steve over at Local 25, and I agree with you. I think once this type of technology takes place, whether it's cars without drivers in them, it has a ripple effect across Boston's economy, across our regional economy. But are you seeing, Matt, that type of automation taking away jobs already in various fields that might impact Local 25 or impact your workers?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question, Councillor Flynn. We absolutely are seeing the effects of technology taking our members' jobs. As recently as in the last year or two, at our largest Teamster employer, which is UPS, they've started using autonomous vehicles within the buildings that deliver packages to the different areas of the buildings, which eliminated a bunch of Teamster jobs. And the management of this company think these vehicles are great. There's only two problems with them. One, the technology fails all the time. The computers go down, and these things are sitting idle. And the second problem that always comes up is they're always crashing into stuff. People, trucks, walls, different apparatus. They're hitting stuff. Besides those two big issues, they're fine.
Right.
And also the other companies. I know that other companies are in testing phases right now of autonomous delivery methods, including drones and driverless vehicles. And there's other technology called platooning, where there's a bunch of tractor trailers in a row. The first one has a driver, the rest are robots, and it follows the first vehicle, kind of like a train. They're testing all kinds of stuff. And the bottom line is, just like Waymo, I hate to make it extremely simple, but I will. The bottom line is this: the more human being jobs that you eliminate, the more profits. Millions, billions, trillions. Eliminate human jobs, make more profits for the executives and shareholders.
Thank you, Stephen. Let me just follow up, and I know my colleagues want to ask questions, so I don't want to dominate the conversation. But let me ask a follow-up question, Steve. The Teamsters represent UPS workers and represent them extremely well. So if we had cars that don't have drivers in them, could we envision a point in time, whether it's 10 years down the road, where we could actually have these types of cars or trucks without drivers delivering packages, delivering packages to people like UPS does?
Absolutely. That's, it's our biggest, our number one concern looking forward into the future is that they're all of these companies, many of the big companies are creating technologies to take human jobs, and for only one reason, to make it more profitable for these corporations, for the executives, for shareholders in those corporations. We're seeing it everywhere. You see it in the trash now, where there used to be a trash driver with 2 shakers on the back shaking the barrels in, and now there's an electric arm that picks them up. That's just one example. That's eliminating thousands of jobs in Massachusetts.
Yeah, and Steve, you're right. I see the one driver jump out of the truck and work with the barrel to get the barrel, and he's working double. He's not only driving, he's also arranging the pickup of the barrel with the machine. It's one less person, but it's more stress, wear and tear on the worker. It's really unfair to the worker too. He or she, I see women drivers, but they're working extra hard in an already difficult environment.
Yes, absolutely. And we just look at this, the whole concept that we're talking about, eliminating humans, bringing in robots, it's just a race to the bottom. You're looking at the jobs that they're trying to eliminate now are middle to lower class workers. So it's a humongous concern for not only Teamsters Local 25, the other brother and sister union officials behind me, their members behind me, all workers, union, non-union, everyone. It's a really big concern.
Well, thank you, and thank you to the panel. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me a little bit of extra time over the limit. Thank you.
Thanks, Counselor. I mean, we are the co-sponsors of this, so I think, thank you for your questions and your thoughtful, and always having a perfect attendance in my committee. Thank you. Counselor Murphy, you're next.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for everything you said and did outside when we took our break. That was important also. So this is the third panel, as you know, and I feel like we've already covered unionization and worker rights, impact on the workforce, effect on rider-share drivers and other delivery drivers, the positive roles human play. I think that's important that we always uplift that part. The economic ripple effect that it will take. You mentioned, the car washes and all the other small businesses in our neighborhoods and our communities that this will affect. Congestion and community impacts, cyber and safety concerns. But not that those aren't enough. Those are a lot of things that we could spend a lot of time talking about and trying to make sure we do better on. But do any of you have other comments or concerns that weren't really addressed in the first 2 panels? When you're the third, it's always kind of a good time to not repeat what we were saying, because I don't want to repeat some of the questions that may have been better directly asked to you, but if there's things that you, make sure we hear everything.
Hi, I just want to make another remark, and like you say, and some other people say and mention that we drivers, we pay taxes, and I don't see Waymo paying taxes. They don't need to buy groceries. Waymo cars, they don't need to buy groceries like we do. And we put the money that we earn back into the community by paying our taxes. Meanwhile, this big company just, they're going to stop their pockets.
Good point, yeah. Thank you.
I sat here and listened to the representative from Waymo say how they're creating jobs. And I laugh at that because, first of all, I'm a mechanic by trade. Mm-hmm. And you do not have one mechanic for every vehicle. Okay, so you usually have a fleet of vehicles, and there's a percentage of vehicles that is assigned to one mechanic. And you talk about creating jobs, the reality is you're going to be eliminating tens of thousands of jobs, potentially 75,000 jobs with Uber and Lyft drivers alone, let alone taxi cab drivers, and then how this expands. And then you're going to create a handful of other jobs and say that you're a job creator. You're not. Okay, you're still a net negative by tens of thousands of workers. And this particular job is really customized for a lot of workers that I've met while we've been organizing these drivers is that they really need the flexibility. They need their single parents. They come from different situations. Some of them have medical conditions that really this job is really suited for them more than some other jobs. So,
And will any of the jobs that do get replaced, even though it's very disproportionate, will they even come in at the same middle and lower class? I think not, right? The jobs being replaced will probably be a different class of people and a different demographic.
I agree. And they're not necessarily proportionally, like you talked about cleaning the vehicles. I don't know what they're talking about, a high-paid job or not, whether they would do that. But, when you're talking about the mechanics, I'm sure that's what they're going to focus on. They're going to say, well, to get a good mechanic, you have to pay X, Y, and Z. But again, the tens of thousands of people that would be out of work and the families affected, I just hope that I know this council is considering that, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Councilor Murphy. Next, we're going to move to Councilor Weber, I think is next.
Thank you, Chair. So as an attorney, I represent a lot of different kinds of workers, from migrant farm workers in the South to Uber drivers in Massachusetts and California. And, I know it was a big struggle to get even, basic fair treatment of Uber drivers, and that Uber made it very difficult. Uber, would fire workers who file complaints. They would follow reporters who wrote bad stories about them, and politicians. So I know you fought for recognition, or you fought to form your union. Can you just talk a little bit about what you've gone through to form ADU here in Massachusetts?
Oh, thank you for the questions. Like I mentioned before, it was a pretty tough. It was a pretty tough battle, and it's been a couple of years where we've been, during the summer heat, during the winter cold, outside, and doing rallies, knocking on doors, try to reach, because this industry is really hard. It's not like any other industries. Like, it's hard to reach all the drivers that are all over the state, But we try to go out and try to reach each one of them and try to unite all of them. From there to go to the state and being denied, so we had to take it to the ballot, and by with the help of the community, we won the right to unionize. Now we again out on the street collecting more signatures in order to get our union.
Yeah, I mean, and all of that work and the work in all these cases, the Attorney General's office here in Massachusetts and elsewhere, to fight for rights for these drivers, just to have them be replaced, with these automated vehicles, and this idea that Uber was partnering with Waymo because I feel like they're like, everything would be perfect, we just get rid of the humans. And so I don't know if anyone of the panelists have anything to say about this sort of push to just get rid of the workers, in the industry in general, whether it's driving delivery trucks or Uber drivers. I don't know if anybody, can you explain why Uber is is partnering with somebody who's sort of trying to put them out of business?
Steve South from Teamsters Local 25. I just want to point out some differences. You heard the executives, Matt and David from Waymo. They talked many times about just how great their Waymo drivers are, which are robots, and how they're much better at, safety than the humans. They kept saying than the humans. They're safer than humans. They're more courteous than humans when it comes to moving over for 911 emergency vehicles. That they follow the laws more than humans and stay in the lines. Well, what they don't tell you is that there is a human element that we all appreciate. I can give you an example. At Local 25, we have about 1,200 van and sedan drivers for the MBTA, the RIDE. And the RIDE transports elderly, disabled, many of our most vulnerable members of society, to and from grocery stores, doctor's appointments, anywhere to get them out of the house. Our drivers are professionals. They help their customers carry bags and groceries. They help the disabled customers in and out of the vehicles with wheelchairs, with canes, with their walkers. And what Brother Sam Dillon from the firefighters had mentioned, I'll expand upon. When there's an emergency, our drivers call 911 and render aid. We have, at UPS, you've seen news stories with UPS drivers running into burning buildings and pulling out families. Their Waymo drivers aren't going to do that. And again, I want to reiterate the obvious. This is about nothing more than money and profits. Eliminate humans, use robots, make more profits.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to go to Councilor Mejia and then Council President Louis Shen.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And I'm curious, Chair, if we're going to have a second round with, oh, did I miss the second round with Waymo?
There wasn't a second round.
There wasn't a second round. Y'all are lucky because I have more questions. That's okay. All right, so I'm just curious if you could just talk a little bit about the financial projected impact that this will have on our drivers. And I'm thinking specifically about some of the drivers who are driving while they're going to college and they're using driving as a way to be able to offset. I'm thinking about the drivers who are working a second job so that they can put food on the table. So if you have any projections in terms of the anticipated financial hardship that our drivers are going to face as a result of this projected, anticipated initiative, I'll call it. ¿Cuánto dinero? A mí me gustaría saber cuánto dinero nosotros vamos a perder o ustedes van a perder.
Well, for each driver, it's different. Like an example, myself, if I lose my job, my vehicle costs $70,000, and I before I got disconnected from, I got my account, my Uber account suspended by Uber, and for a whole year, and it was horrible. I almost lost my vehicle. I lost all my savings. My credit got ruined. I was in the whole process just disrupt my whole home, and now causing that I'm a single father now, and like you say, we appreciate the flexibility that we have, because now being a single father, an example, I got to run like within an hour. I got to go to Rhode Island and pick my daughter. She's an autistic child. I got to go pick her up because her mom's vehicle is broken down. So I got to go pick her up, bring her home, head back to Massachusetts, stop working, until probably like midnight or 2, until I can make my $200 that I used to make, Now I got to make, like, for me to make $200, I got to go work like 10 to 12 hours. And it just, it's like a domino effect that it causes us drivers to like just.
Yep. No, I understand. I know the answer. I'm just asking it so that we can get it on the record so people understand the ripple effect that this will have on our workers, so that this is really more about humanizing this conversation so that people understand the impact that we're going to make on low-income, working-class people, the majority who are immigrants, right? Black, brown, and poor. And I think that is also an issue of racial justice and equity, and we keep talking about wanting to show up for people, but then everything that we do counteracts that narrative. So you don't need to answer it. I asked the question hypothetically just so that we can get it on the record, unless you want to say something.
I just want to say that, like, in addition to Parcell, that there's tons of drivers who will also get on the record today to talk about each impact that it'll have on them. but also want to acknowledge the ordinance that was filed. And one of the things that it calls for is an impact study on workers and humans in the city of Boston and what the ripple effects will be.
Great. Yep. So I do have a question, and I'm just curious. Can you talk to us a little bit about the number of conversations that you've had with Waymo? How many times did you meet with them? What did they do to engage you all in their quest to come to Boston? Can you talk to us a little bit about the engagement process? How many times did you guys meet?
This is going to be very quick.
Thank you for the question, Councilor Mejia. It rhymes with hero.
Zero.
Zero.
So this is why I asked the question, because oftentimes things are being done to us without us, right? And so I'm curious, what words of advice would you give, now that you have the mic, and how we should be showing up and doing business here in the city of Boston?
Well, you've heard it several times from all of the panelists. You've heard it from some of the counselors, and you'll hear it from all the people behind us here. Boston is a union town, and you hear the Waymo executives, the fat cats, talking about 25 other states have passed legislation, and I took a lot of notes, and I quoted him as saying, we want to roll this out to as many cities in the United States as possible. That's not just to provide a nice service. They're looking to make billions and trillions of dollars for their company, for their other companies like Uber and Lyft that they want to do business with, expand this technology elsewhere. And my message to them is, we are going to fight this every step of the way. You're not going to steamroll Boston like you steamrolled other cities.
Yeah. I know my time was up, but go ahead.
I would just like to add, too, you noticed the Waymo representatives mentioned how they engaged community organizations earlier, and that was a convenient way to make it seem like they engaged us without actually engaging us.
So thank you for putting that on the record. I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that.
And I will say that I've had zero interaction. They have not reached out to us. And by the reaction to what we're saying here, they're smiling over there. They must realize that, we're not happy about it, and it doesn't seem to bother them.
I know my time is up, and I appreciate the grace. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Mejia. Okay, so I'm going to go to Councilor Pepen, because he was here, one of the earlier people here, and then we'll go to Council President Louis Jean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I just want to thank you all for being here. Whenever I get the chance to hear from the union and just members in general, it brings a very personal perspective to the chamber. We get to really see what our city workers are going through, or we may potentially go through. And I don't know if any of my other colleagues have mentioned this, but even right now, Local 26 is striking outside of Fenway because another form of automated jobs are taking away their jobs. And it's a different iteration of what we're speaking about here today. Some folks may not be able to sell food anymore. Some folks may not be able to work at the grocery store when they're doing the checkout. In this case, in the future, we may not be able to drive our cars. So I don't really have a question, because I know where I stand on this, and I know where you stand on this. And what I will just say to you, continue to share those stories. Continue to share the stories of what your workers are going through, how I know about your experience, because it is my family also driving Uber and Lyft that they depend on full time to put food on the table. And I've been able to just see what those jobs mean for my family and many of my friends' families to my community and my district, where if it weren't for this, I don't know what they would be doing. So I just wanted to thank you for bringing your perspective into the chamber. Thank you for all the advocacy that you do, and the fact that you guys just were able to unionize. And this would just be a huge blow to you all. So thank you for being here. Thank you for allowing us to really hear about your stories. Thank you for putting up with our questions. And I'll be continuing to be standing strong with unions. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Councilor Pepen. Council President Louis Jean.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of the union members, all of the leaders who are with us here today. I think it's been articulated earlier that there's so many concerns about our city and whether this is meant for our city with our very narrow roads are congested roads, ones where like human intervention is necessary to make split decisions, where there are cases and situations where, but for your ability to react to something happening very quickly, the more danger would probably be at hand for drivers, for pedestrians. We are a city that's complicated with rotaries, and all those complexities are really difficult for robots, to pick up robots who are not drivers. And it's really important that we, even as we, don't stand in the way of technology, that we think about what it means for the type of society that we want to live in, for the type of city that we want to be, and for how we are working to make sure that we are putting people before profit. We lose so much when we are just allowing for corporations to set the rules and the standards, right? We are a city, we are a city council, and it's important that we are the ones who set the standards for what it means to operate in our streets. I don't know if anyone on the panel can answer this, and I missed most of Waymo's testimony, but right now what we have operating on our streets are Waymos with drivers. Is that happening? Is that testing actually happening?
There was a mapping that took place.
There was a mapping that took place. All right, I'd love to learn more about that mapping and what it meant, but I will read the tape. I'm curious as to whether you believe or understand that there is, when we're talking about technology and we're talking about, like, even for the Uber drivers or folks who are working with technology companies now, what instances do you see right now of mishaps with technology while you're driving and how that impacts your driving?
Like the fire chief mentioned, this city is a different animal. It only takes one, driverless car, electric car, to get on fire, to break down on the road, for the whole day to ruin the traffic in the whole city. Mm-hmm. The whole city, not just one side, because one side affects the other and like that. And like he also mentioned before, about one of those cars or no, it doesn't even have to be one of those cars. It can be any car in front of that one car to break down in the tunnel. What's going to happen? What if one of those cars? What if, let's say, an elderly person or a pregnant woman is in one of those, Waymo, as one of those, is on fire on the tunnel? Are they gonna go and open, and try to put that woman or whoever it is on a safe condition, or make way or help out with work together with the emergency response people? I don't see that happening.
Yeah. And one of the things that I've seen in sort of the critiques of Waymo, and it's been seen in some of the testing, is like nausea from passengers who have bad experiences with like Waymo's braking or with the entire interaction. And so I know right now that when there's a human required when something like that happens, and that's when you have a driverless car. Number one, you have more of the nausea, and number two, there's no human to help address that issue. So there are just so many concerns and questions, and that would happen more in a city like ours, where it's really, really difficult to drive. And so I just join all of you in having a lot of questions and concerns about the problems that this would create for our drivers and for our economy here in the city of Boston and for who runs our city. And I think we need to make it very clear that it's us and it's our workers, and it being very clear that we are the ones who set the rules and the standards. So thank you so much for your advocacy. Thank you for taking time out of your day and your work day to be here with us, because we know it's not lost on us that this is important times for you all to be working as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Council President. And I just want to thank Purcell for your testimony, because I know I've had some very personal things that have happened that you don't expect are going to happen when you're in an Uber. I was drugged on a night out in Cambridge And when I took an Uber home, the reason I actually got inside of my home was because an Uber driver recognized the signs and brought me inside. I know that there are people that have had negative interactions with drivers. We all know, and we're all trying to do better. We're all trying to create situations that are, safe for everyone. But just as there are challenges with having drivers in cars, there are challenges not having a driver in a car. So just making that very human and realizing that, you don't know if a pregnant woman is going to need to give birth. Like, you don't know. And I think this whole idea that taking sort of the humanity out of something that is so human, getting someone from point A to point B. I'm not anti-technology, but the idea that Alphabet, Google, Waymo needs more data about what we're doing every day in a situation where, like, nationally these huge tech companies are becoming like bigger and bigger and bigger. And what they do is, what they're really making money off of is knowing your every step, knowing exactly where you're located, knowing what you spend money on, knowing where you're going. It's really hard for me to, I'm not like someone who's worked in tech, but the amount of data that these companies will have on you and as an individual, if they're now partnering with Uber, they know exactly where you are, they know exactly where you're going, they have all of your Google accounts, I have a Google phone, everything's Google, 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 Google. I just think it's kind of like we are really creating an environment where, I don't think we need to go back to anything old school, but I think we have to ask a lot of questions before any of this starts kicking off. And I think the questions that we need to ask ourselves are people safer in a public safety environment when you can't communicate with the driverless car? And I think that I don't think that any of us need to be called anti-technology. I don't think asking these questions are anti-technology. I really think that, like, as a forward-thinking, progressive person, I really believe that we need to ask ourselves questions. We need to invest in R&D. We need to do all these things with all the technology. But we also have to ask ourselves, why does Google want to own a driverless car company? Why are tech companies getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger? It's because they want to know everything you're doing. And I think that we actually owe it to ourselves as a city who has the right and authority to create the right regulations. How are we going to do that? How are we going to ensure that that our city is safer, that our city is less congested, that our city is a better place to live? And I just want to thank the drivers for all of what you do on those days when no one realizes that they're going to need your help, and you're there. And I just sent my mom, who is disabled, home in an Uber to my house. She was sitting through this long hearing and couldn't take it anymore, so I sent her home, and it was nice to know that there was a driver in the car to get her home. So I just want to thank you all. I know my time is up, and I know we have a lot of public testimony of people that are deeply and directly impacted by any changes that could be made. So I want to thank this labor panel. If you guys have any last comments, feel free to make them, and then we'll move on to a next round of testimony directly from drivers.
I just want to thank the committee, thank yourself, and thank the committee for your questions, your concerns, and really thinking about this in a very thoughtful way. So thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I just had one last thing. As far as the Boston City Council, we all deal with a lot of different elected officials in Massachusetts, school boards, city councils, Board of Selectmen, and I just have to say that the Boston City Council, it's really easy to talk about unions. It's really easy to talk the talk, but this council really does, you walk the walk. You literally and figuratively, I've seen some of you on our picket lines just in the last 24 days. just the support for not just the unions here, but all working families in Boston. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have anything to say, Autumn?
I just wanted to say that that Waymo and the other AV companies or even AI companies make this seem like it's imminent and it's going to happen anyway, and make it seem like it's just steamrolling across the country and no one can do anything about it. And this, because of, I think, what my brothers and sisters are saying here today, and because it's the city of Boston, this is one of the first places where there can be an impact and real policy on how this affects people. And that's because of who you are and who this city is. So we thank you for that.
Thank you so much. And so you all are relieved, and next we are going to hear from a group of drivers. So we have Jack Mayer from Teamsters Local 25, Claude Janvier from the Machinist ADU, Cheem Clot from the ADU, Francisco Rosario from 32BJ, and Arthur Gluffing from Teamsters Local 25. If you'd be able to come down and you guys can sit at this panel. But you'll each have 2 minutes to testify, and then we'll move on to the rest of public testimony. So each of you will have 2 minutes to testify. Let me figure out how to get this set. Okay, maybe I'll just use my phone. Is that better? Okay. Oh, no, I got it. No worries. Okay, so Jack, do you want to go first?
Please.
Okay, 2 minutes, and then we'll move on to Claude. You're next.
Good afternoon, councilors. My name is Jack Mayer. I've been a Teamster for 31 years, and I work as a UPS package car driver out of Watertown. I'm here today because I'm deeply concerned about the safety and livelihood of our communities. If Waymo is allowed to operate in Boston, I've driven the same delivery routes for years, and there's simply no substitute for a human behind the wheel. Every day I use my judgment to scan for dangers. I know that if a ball rolls out into the street, a small child isn't far behind. No robo-taxi can match the split-second decision a human being makes. It's not just about navigation either. A few days ago, while on my route, I spotted a man collapse on the ground. He was unconscious and unresponsive, and it became clear that he had overdosed. I stayed with him, flagged down a homeowner who called 911. When the first responder arrived, they administered Narcan. Had I not seen him and acted quickly, he may have died. To me, a person, to Waymo, an obstacle to avoid. I also have real relationships with people on my route. They trust that I'll drive carefully through their neighborhoods and look out for the kids. That sense of responsibility and community isn't something you can program into a robot. Waymo is starting with passengers, but it's only a matter of time before big tech companies come for jobs like mine. Waymo's competitor, Zoox, is owned by Amazon, and it has a prototype for driverless package delivery vehicles. This will be devastating to thousands of delivery drivers in the Boston area, just like me. People who pay taxes, send their kids to public schools, and play critical roles in the fabric of our communities. Introducing driverless vehicles here is a risk to public safety and a threat to good union jobs. I urge the council to address this before people get hurt. Thank you.
Thank you, and 15 seconds to spare. Great job. Okay, so we'll hear from Claude next. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and a member of the City Council. My name is Claude Janvier. I've been driving around Boston professionally over 20 years. The last 12 years, I've been a Uber driver and Lyft, both ride share. So I witness everything. So I've been living in the state for 33 years. I've seen what happened in the city. And now, when Uber show up, they destroy the cab industry. less than 500 cab medallion on the street. It was 1,825 cabs. People moving to Uber because Uber will offer a better opportunity. Now they're making enough money off us. Instead of spending money and training us, give us a better work opportunity and benefits, safety, they spend it in way more to push us out. It's not going to happen. I have a few numbers. In Houston, Texas, right? The population of Houston, Texas is 2.314 million. And San Francisco, the Phoenix, the 1.65 million in population. San Francisco is 1.388 million. Boston, one is 600,000. Less than a year, they're going to push all of us out. So we're too small for Waymore to be here. Boston Convention Center, there were over 265 medallions sold to help to finance the Boston Convention Center. The driver bought those medallions. We all run the city economy. Drivers contribute in everything. We have kids, we have family. Waymore is a car, it's a robot. They don't buy gas, they don't buy coffee, they don't buy pizza, they don't do nothing. We, as a driver, we're putting money in dealership, garage, everything. Everybody survives drives. 1990s, I was here when the big dig happened. There was no Waymore. Nobody knew how to get around the city. We, as a driver, we were there. We transport everything. 2015, there was 11 feet of snow in the city. Boston proper, like 15 feet. There was no Waymore. But Logan Airport shut down. MBTA shut down. Everything. Drivers was on the street. We're moving the economy. People moving the city. People drive economy. No robot does that.
Thank you so much, Claude.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so next we're going to hear from Chim Klot. Sorry if I'm getting your name wrong.
Yes, Chim, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Chim Klot. I'm a full-time rideshare driver. I work in the city of Boston every day. I'm here to tell you that driving isn't just about getting someone from point A to point B. It's about adapting to the needs of real people and keeping them safe. One night, I picked up a man in East Boston. His shirt was soaked in blood. There was a metal object lodged in his neck. He didn't say a word. I rushed him to the ER. I had to make sure he didn't die in my car. Another time, I picked up a woman outside a bar. A man was following her, trying to keep her from getting into the car. I could tell something was off, so I honked my horn. She hurried in, telling me she was afraid he might get into. A robot car wouldn't have noticed this. It might have driven away if she went over the wait time. This is what real drivers do. We read the situation, we act fast, we protect people. Waymo can't do that. And Waymo doesn't solve our problems, it adds to them. Massachusetts traffic is already a disaster. A 10-minute ride can take an hour during rush hour. These roads were built in the 1700s by people, for people, not for robot cars that can't handle narrow, unpredictable streets, construction zones, emergency detours. There are 70,000 rideshare drivers on our roads, in addition to countless people who commute day in, day out around the state and public transportation running through the heart of Boston. We don't need another transportation option. We need to fix our infrastructure we have and support the workers that passengers rely on. We do not need an unpredictable factor on the roads that threaten to replace workers. For me, this is personal. The income I make as a driver goes to supporting my nephew who has a terminal illness, Huntington disease. I give every penny I can to make sure he is comfortable and happy. I am also working hard to support my wife in Cambodia, and I'm in the process of being able to sponsor her finally to join me here in America. Waymo doesn't have family members that rely on them empty driver's seats. We do. Please invest in workers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chim. Francisco Rosario.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Oh, you have 2 minutes.
Mi nombre es Francisco de Rosario, vivo en la ciudad de Boston y antes de conducir para Uber trabajé como chef, pero sufrí una lesión por lo cual se me hizo imposible seguir trabajando en ese departamento. No obstante, me acerqué a Uber para buscar una solución y pude ver que era posible.
So my name is Francisco del Rosario. I live in Boston, and I have been an Uber driver for 7 years. Before driving for Uber, I worked as a chef, but I suffered an injury that made it impossible for me to stand up and work in a kitchen all day. At the time, Uber looked like a great solution. It was less physically demanding, I could work on my own schedule, and the pay was decent.
Thank you. En Massachusetts hay más de 70,000 conductores de viaje compartido. ¿Qué pasa con estos conductores si son reemplazados por vehículos sin conductor?
In Massachusetts, there are over 70,000 rideshare drivers. What happens to these drivers if they get replaced by driverless vehicles?
Es casi imposible ganar suficiente dinero si estoy compitiendo con coches sin conductor por viaje. Menos viaje significa menos dinero. Menos dinero significa que me debo preocupar más por pagar mi alquiler y poner comida en la mesa.
It's hard as it is to get enough trips and make enough money. If I'm competing with driverless cars for rides, I'm not going to get as many trips. Fewer rides means less money. Less money means I have to worry about paying my rent and putting food on the table.
Waymo pone en peligro el sustento de miles de conductores en Massachusetts. Dejar que los coches y conductores entren en la carrera corre el riesgo de alejar a los conductores de viajes compartidos y perder su trabajo. Boston es una de las ciudades más antiguas e históricas de Estados Unidos, un centro líder en tecnología, educación, innovación. Como tal, tenemos la oportunidad de liderar de manera responsable la tecnología y no estamos en contra de ella.
Waymo puts my livelihood and the livelihood of thousands of people in Massachusetts in danger. Letting driverless cars onto the road risks pushing rideshare drivers out of a job. Boston is one of the oldest and most historic cities in America. We are a leading hub of technology, higher education, and innovation. As such, we have an opportunity to lead responsibly.
Así que no podemos permitir que una empresa de tecnología de California entre en Boston y experimentar con el sustento y el trabajo de nosotros. Es perjudicial para la seguridad y el sustento de miles de conductores. Por eso es que le pido a la autoridad de aquí de Boston, Massachusetts, que escuche a los conductores que están en la calle de Boston todos los días. Escúchenos, por favor. Decimos que tenemos que adicional, Boston y todo el estado de Massachusetts creo que se merece el respeto de alguna compañía de tecnología que quieren introducirse al mercado y eliminar el trabajo que hacemos los humanos.
We cannot let a tech company from California come into Boston and experiment without guardrails. To do so would be detrimental to the safety and livelihood of thousands of drivers. That's why I'm asking the City Council to listen to the drivers that are on Boston streets every day. Listen to us when we say we need to pump the brakes.
Again, o adicional, Boston, Massachusetts, el estado de Massachusetts se merece respeto y se merece que la autoridad de aquí puedan proteger a los conductores de taxi driver y alejar Waymo de que pueda incursionar y acabar con nuestro sustento, o sea, con nuestro trabajo. Muchas gracias.
So Boston is a city that deserves respect, and I'm asking the authorities to protect the drivers and don't let Waymo in.
Muchas gracias, Francisco. Okay, so we're going to go to Arthur Gluffing from Teamsters.
Good afternoon, councilors and members. My name is Arthur Gluffing, and I'm a proud Teamster since 1996. For more than 30 years, I worked as a paratransit driver for the East Boston Animal Health Center. I transport elderly and disabled people every single day, people in wheelchairs, people with serious medical conditions, people who need real care and attention when they travel. I'm here today because putting driverless cars on the streets of Boston is not just a bad idea, it's a dangerous one. These vehicles put everyone at road risk, especially my clients who are some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. A car accident for them could be devastating. It's more likely to be fatal than it is for average person. Every day I go through a step-by-step safety check to make sure our clients are safe before even start moving. I'm trained in CPR and first aid. We go through regular training because we need to be prepared for medical emergency. You cannot automate that kind of care. There is no computer technology that can replace what a trained, compassionate human being does behind the wheel. Even autonomous vehicle companies say they have an attendant in back. It's not enough. You need someone behind the wheel who's fully trained to handle emergencies, traffic, and complexities of our crowded city streets. This isn't just about paratransit. It's about public safety for everyone. Boston streets are narrow, dense, and full of pedestrians, bikes, kids, and seniors. You need instincts and common sense, which can be programmed. Wayman will tell you they're not trying to automate paratransit jobs like mine, and that's true for now, but we know where this is headed. It's not going to stop with this one company. It's going to end with jobs like mine, people who transport those who need protection the most. And when there's an emergency in one of those vehicles, who's going to act in time to prevent a tragedy? Their answer can't be silent. It can't be software. If that were my mother in the back of the car, if it were your mother, you wouldn't trust her like a robot. None of us should. We need trained professionals behind the wheel of every car to protect everyone on the road. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arthur. And so if you guys you're finished, and we're going to move on to the next round of public testimony. So if you are here from the public to testify, I'm going to call your name and I'm going to call who's on deck. And you're actually going to come to these microphones to the left and right. But thank you so much. Gracias. So we are, so I think first we're going to hear from Susanna from Community Labor United. Perfect. Yeah, you have 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Chair Durkin. My name is Susanna Bomey. I'm Research Director at Community Labor United, or CLU. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the need to understand and protect Bostonians from the threats posed by corporate commercial autonomous vehicles. At CLU, we represent over 100,000 working class families throughout Greater Boston. Our mission is to bring together community and labor partners to speak in one voice on issues that impact working class families. And we do this by forming coalitions of organizations, bringing members together around shared interests. One of our coalitions is called the Green Justice Coalition, or GJC. GJC unites base building organizations and communities of color with unions in the building trades, transportation, and other sectors, including organizations of people who live and work in the city of Boston. And Waymo has apparently said that they have reached out to community groups, but we have not heard anything from them. GJC fights for what we call the triple win, and what that is good jobs, environmental justice, and equity. So what a triple win looks like to us is, for example, a public transit system that provides family-sustaining careers for transit workers, reduced traffic pollution in low-income communities, and affordable mobility for all, just for an example. What a triple win does not look like is robot taxis clogging our streets, putting drivers and transit workers out of jobs, and extracting resources to enrich corporations. In fact, we think Waymo and other AV corporations would result in a triple fail for our city. First, corporate AVs fail when it comes to good jobs, as we've heard from so many workers today, and I will say that these workers have, as many have said, these workers have families in our communities. They fail when it comes to environmental justice. Boston's already one of the worst cities for traffic congestion. Adding driverless cars to our streets does nothing to address traffic-related pollution in environmental justice neighborhoods or boost transit ridership. We need to meet our climate goals. And finally, AVs fail when it comes to equity. These corporations would replace union jobs and affordable public transit to charge a premium to their customers and maximize their shareholders' profit. So I think Boston needs more triple wins, not triple fails. And then we urge the council to put the brakes on AVs, as many have said today, until we can have an adequate process to understand the impacts on our city and ensure
Thank you so
protections.
much. Thank you. And sorry, and I'm going to be now being very strict on time because we actually have a council hearing that's starting in 20 minutes and we don't like them to go at the same time, but 2 minutes is the normal thing. So when you hear the bell, just try to wrap up as quick as you can. Okay, so Martin Pitney, Arliano Terra is next, and then Martin Pitney is next. Arlanio?
Stepped outside.
Okay, yeah, I can come back to him. Martin Pitney?
Excuse me.
And then Juan Felipe Penosa is after him. So if you want to be on deck. Okay, perfect. And you can go to either one. So Martin, you have 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Actually, you guys covered a lot of my points anyways. In fact, the entirety. So we talked about, Uber's, the AV not being able to navigate spontaneous and chaotic traffic. What do we do if there's a health crisis or an assault happening? An AV will not be able to respond to anything like that, so on and so forth. Things that Waymo, they just don't, have a response to. They talk about, a lot of nice things, like they're creating jobs, which makes me all warm and fuzzy inside, but I have to question, these jobs that they are creating, do they get adequate bathroom breaks? When they do go on their lunch breaks or their snack breaks, is their break room 15 minutes away from their work area? Things like that. Like I said, I have time to think about this stuff because a lot of the things you talked about, the Boston, don't get me wrong, I love Boston, but you look at the map, it looks like a child's drawing, You need the human touch to be able to navigate that and to provide services that, otherwise a robot just can't provide. And that's pretty much what we need. I can perform CPR and administer first aid. I can say, oh my goodness, you need to go to the ER and go there, not just, fulfill a quota. And, that's pretty much it,
Perfect timing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Juan Felipe Penosa?
Yeah.
And then, is that you, Arlanio? Oh, okay. Well, if somebody wants to get him back in here. Juan Felipe Penosa, then Evelyn Jimenez, and then Francois Jean Anard. So go ahead.
Hello, my name is Juan Felipe. I'm been resident in Boston for more than 30 years. I've been driving for Uber for more than 10 years with more than 24,000 rides. And last year, the constituency of Boston, the Massachusetts, they gave us the right to unionize. And we are working through the second steps is formalize our ADU, our union. And now Uber and Waymo appear with a great idea with a lot of technology to use cars, a taxi without human being. Robot taxi. More than 70,000 drivers secure their job with Uber, Lyft, another way like UPS, company that deliveries. I don't know if they calculate the impact for the city of Boston that more than tens of thousands of people losing their jobs. I'm sure they don't. They didn't, and they don't care. This is the job for our family. This is the way that we have we feed our family, our kids to go to the school, to the university, and we are decided with you guys, the officers that we elected, and the drivers, we are not going to let it happen.
Thank you so much. Okay, next we're going to hear from Evelyn Jimenez from ADU.
He's in the back.
Okay, perfect. Is Francois Jean Nard here?
Francois had to go.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to go to Jerry Barrier from the Bay State Council of the Blind.
He left.
Oh, he did? Okay. Judy Shandley. Hi. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, councilors. I'm Judy Shanley, and I work at the National Office of Easter Seals, which is in Chicago, Illinois, but I'm proud to say I'm a Boston resident. Easter Seals empowers people with disabilities to live independent and full lives. We make a long-lasting impression on the lives of millions of people each year by providing essential services to children and adults with disabilities. Transportation is one of those services where we help people identify accessible transportation modes. One of our accomplished affiliates is here in Massachusetts, Easter Seals, Massachusetts. They serve about 10,000 people with disabilities regularly. When I talk to them about the kinds of supports that they need in terms of transportation, they want safe, reliable service. They want to be part of the decision-making process. So I encourage entities like Waymo, AVs, City Council, and other organizations who are making these decisions to really respect the opinion and voice of people with disabilities. Communities need a continuum of mobility and transportation options so that individuals with varying needs they could choose what services are best for their needs and interests. I've seen AVs being used as a first mile, last mile solution and complement traditional fixed route services in those communities where traditional services may not exist. Building these continuums of transportation creates efficiency for communities, maximizes resources, and recognizes that a range of reliable and safe transportation supports is critical so that all residents thrive and can contribute in their communities. Thank you for the opportunity to share Easter Seals' perspective on the benefits of a continuum of transportation services. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Judy. Thanks for being here. Carl Richardson. You have 2 minutes. Nice to see you.
Yes, hi, my name is Carl Richardson. I am the Massachusetts State House ADA Coordinator and also an advisory board member for Mayor's Wood Commission on Disability. I'm here to testify in favor of autonomous vehicles. First, we've heard a lot about the impact on the union and the drivers and the workforce. Let's talk about the communities I think it would impact in favor of. Not only people with physical disabilities like myself, but people with mental health issues, intellectual disabilities, people on the spectrum who don't like to interact with people, the elderly and baby boom generation. 10,000 people a day are turning 65 and older, and in a few years they will have challenges being able to drive. Not that there's anything wrong, they will just have less reaction time, they won't hear as well as they used to, they won't see as well as they used to. I think if you combined all those communities together, it well exceeds the 70,000 that we kept hearing. And there are 76.4 million baby boomers alone. Secondly, what areas would it impact? We keep talking about employment. I want to have that discussion. Do you know how many jobs I've turned down because I can't get there? Or how many interviews I have refused because I can't get there? The unemployment rate among the blind community is 70%. Among disability people at large, it's around 30%. If we had a union, there isn't a disability boss or a city councilor that would ever get elected again. Let's look at employment and the positive impact it would have on many people because they don't have access. It would also improve our medical care, access to education, housing. I was very limited in the house I could buy because I had to pick one that was next to a T-stop. I couldn't pick one out in the suburb with a yard and a fence in our dream house. It would increase affordable housing. Lastly, we keep talking about the human component, yet I agree that Uber drivers and paratransit do an amazing job, but not always. At least once a week, I get denied access to Uber and Lyft because they refuse to take me because I have a service dog and denying me my civil rights. I often get denied access too because they won't go beyond the city limit because they're worried about maximizing their revenue and the ability to pick up a return fare. My life is not limited to the city limit. And the other thing it would do, it would increase leisure activity for people like myself to spend discretionary income and give you guys additional revenue. And I'll just close really quickly. Imagine that you're blind and your mother called you at 7 o'clock on a Sunday night and said, I just heard from the sheriff department, I'm gonna get arrested unless I come up with some money right away. She got a call, she believed it. I'm the primary caregiver in my family. I had to figure out a way to get out there. And I got denied 3 times in a row while I was trying to get out to my mother. Public transportation was an option because it was late on a Sunday night. All I wanted the ability was to be able to go home to my mom and say, you're okay, and I love you. And that would be the positive impact of autonomous vehicles. So yes, definitely think about the human component and the people component, but think about it for the whole community at large, not just the union. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carl. Thank you, Carl. That was really illuminating, so thanks for sharing your thoughts, and would love to, at some point, sit down with you to talk about your community that you're a part of, because as someone that has the alleles for macular degeneration, I will be blind in my lifetime, and so I appreciate your perspective and look forward to chatting more. So has Evelyn Jimenez or Francois Jean Enard come back? Yes? Okay, yeah, so they're up next. Oh, perfect. Okay, Francois. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, ma'am, for hearing us on this matter. My name is Francois Jaina. I'm an Uber driver and member of the App Drivers Union. We have many concerns today. We've heard many concerns today about the economic impacts, safety issues, and technological vulnerabilities that come with driverless cars. But I want to highlight the human difference that benefits passengers. Uber usually allows 5 minutes of wait time for passenger. But for me, I'll wait if you need more time. I once waited for a woman over 20 minutes who had locked herself out, and she didn't have her keys, wallet, or her phone to call another Uber, and she had to get to work. I could see how important it was for her to get to work, and I waited. She made it to work, but I hope you'll understand the difference between the human driver and the autonomous vehicle that is not a driver. Waymo, I believe, wouldn't wait. You can easily see situations like this, where somebody's getting in trouble at work, perhaps getting fired, then facing the economic consequences of losing her job. I've compiled dozens of stories, and I believe every driver here has an experience of how they made a difference for a passenger. Before we open our crowded roads to robot cars, I urge you, please, to consider the human cost of welcoming such technology. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Francois. Right on time. Okay, so is there, I can't read this. It's Roberto? Robert? Is there? Robert? Is that it? Oh, sorry, is someone here?
Mr. Terry is available. Mr. Roberto looks like he has.
Okay, sorry, so who's testifying?
Mr. Lanyo?
Okay, just whoever's next, just go up to the podium and start. Thank you. Sorry, I'm having a hard time reading some of these. Okay, thank you. And if you are waiting to testify, can you guys just get in line? I've got 10 minutes to finish this hearing, so. Okay, go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Pode falar? Por favor. Okay, my name is Erlânio Terra. So I am a driver for Uber for almost 10 years. And so I used to drive a cab before, and the Uber coming and took my job, so the business go down. And so now, Emer, he's wanna coming for take us job. So I am, like I said, 59 years old, so I have my back prob, and so I am a limited person who can do a lot of jobs. And so right now, Uber support me for pay my bills, and so pay all my food, my rent, and so what women can do for me if you take my job away? I cannot do anything like paint or carpeting, because I have a 3 operation on my back. And so I want for my experience, I have a lady, she's 70 years older, and she called me in a snow time, and she said, the plower no clean my driveway. I need some help. I want you back up much you can to my door, and I have a suitcase for you allowed to carry for me. I say, yes. But she waited for when I get there for call me that time. And so I help her. You think the women go there if you don't have a driver?
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else left in the chamber to testify? Then please line up and be ready, because we have only a couple minutes for this hearing.
So my name is...
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for this opportunity. But I want to say something about this, because this accelerated pace of technology and its use is a beautiful thing. But technology companies think only about the profits they will make and do not think at all about the social, economic, and political consequences of these transformations, which in the first stages affect workers who will lose their jobs, but later on, elected officials will find themselves facing a heavy burden in finding solutions to these issues. Companies will escape with their profits, and local governments will have to bear the social, economic, health, and security consequences of thousands of people losing their jobs due to technology. So governments must choose a balance between a free trade and ensuring the social and economic well-being of the population. Also, I don't know if our local government already conducts a thorough study of potential consequences of thousands of employees losing their jobs due to the increasing trend of using technology. And if the city and the state authorities prepare to pay costs associated with this transformation, which will affect many aspects related to road safety, public security, and put pressure on social assistance budgets, given that the first thing that the person who has lost his job will do is submit applications for social assistance, such as health coverage, food security, housing assistance, and so on. So in general, the problem with the tech companies, they don't have a social mission. They don't come up just with the tech solution, but also they don't care about what's going to happen to the people. So here, we have to have this balance, and the officials, they have to be alert that it's okay. If you authorize them to work, then what's going to be the next? The next is going to be so many jobless people.
Thank you so
and
much.
They have to take care.
Yeah, thank you so much. No one else left to testify in the chamber, correct? I think we lost a couple folks that are on here. Okay, so next we're moving to virtual testimony. Is there anyone left on Zoom too? So Brianna January, Stephen Verratti, and William O'Donnell in that order. Go ahead, Brianna, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, esteemed committee. Brianna January with Chamber of Progress. We're a tech industry association advocating for the progressive future of tech. But unlike other trade associations, our partners do not have a voter veto on our positions. Instead, we operate independently as a center-left organization. Respectfully, committee, there's a lot to unpack here, and I have very limited time, so I welcome follow-up conversations. I would like to comment on consumer choice. AVs not only give consumers more choices to meet their unique transportation needs, but they quite literally provide those that have been historically left behind with the opportunity to directly and independently be involved with their own mobility. Folks like the visually impaired and the blind, the elderly, the immunocompromised, and the disabled. And if we want to talk about privacy, AVs are ideal for people seeking private transportation to sensitive places like healthcare facilities or migrant support services, especially in today's hostile climate. But also folks like Boston's late night hospitality and service workers who want a safe, undistracted ride home at 3 a.m. We've unfortunately heard a lot of rhetoric today about real humans and real people, but respectfully, riders, the disabled, the elderly, the marginalized, those that stand to greatly benefit from AVs, they are also real people and they deserve real options. And Massachusetts residents agree. In fact, a recently commissioned poll found that 56% of adults support expanding testing and deployment of AVs across Massachusetts, citing both safety and diversity of options. Respectfully, it's sad that today has largely been a conversation on fear-mongering. There is a role for labor to play in innovation. Full stop. The ecosystem of innovation and labor are quite literally what have propelled us forward time and time again in our 250 years as a country. We've been here before, committee, and we've heard these same arguments at other critical points in society's modernization, and they simply haven't panned out. Our partners are rideshare companies. Chamber of Progress wouldn't advocate so fiercely for the progress of AVs if the very existence of some of our primary partners like Uber and Lyft and the drivers that support them were at risk. So let's stop the fear-mongering and let's have a genuine conversation. The choice here is not between tech and labor. It's about moving forward together or continuing to leave Massachusetts and vulnerable riders behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Verardi. Oh, sorry, Stefan. Yeah, can you accept the panelist promotion? Okay, perfect. You have 2 minutes. You can start testifying. Okay, it looks like we don't have them, so unless they appear in the
Anyway,
list-
I'm sorry. I had a minute to hit the unmute.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. So I'm sorry. So my name is Stephen Urardi, member of the National Federation of Blind in Massachusetts. I am blind myself, and I think Waymo would be an actual would be a nice compliment to about having Uber and Lyft. And sometimes also, I think a Waymo might be a little better because me and other blind individuals have been getting denied the last 10 years with about if we have a guide dog or a service animal, and Uber drivers will just drive off when sometimes they see a dog. So I'm hoping that actually might make some more changes of the Uber. I mean, Waymo's not going to just like deny it when it probably sees a dog. And I would have liked to have heard more of the people from Waymo, because there were a lot of questions that were said, but it would have been nice to have heard Waymo's perspective. So thank you for letting me speak at this moment, and this was a good panel.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your testimony. I'm here alone now, so I think it's time to adjourn the hearing. If there's not anyone left to testify, I'm going to close public testimony. And I'd like to thank all of the folks for testifying, the administration panel, Waymo, our labor panel, and all of the public testimony here today. I think this was a start to an important conversation, and I'm grateful to everyone for being here. Shout out to my mom, who was able to stay for half of the hearing. It's her first hearing ever, hearing me chair it. With that, docket 1141 is adjourned.